Boom.
Every time I expect some boom, and I'm like, the anxiety just starts to lift up into my throat. But
That's why I sort of go with the deadpan boom, because I think it's funnier that way. The big sort of like epic fuse and then boom.
it is
It's just
epic. And hey, so great to see you. Thank you so much for inviting me on tonight, Runkle.
oh, no worries. It's been way too long. I was like, yeah. Somebody's like, will you have Danny on? And I'm like, yes, absolutely. Let's make this happen. So yeah.
Yay.
Oh, so yeah, it's already been a week and it's Monday.
I know.
I feel
You
like that
know,
happens a lot. Um,
I was going to say it's already been a year. Because I could have sworn, I feel like I disassociated starting in February. And now I wake up and it's September and I go, what the heck? I keep saying, oh, well, I'll get it done in October, right? That's so far away. And I realize, oh, that's literally a week and a half away now.
oh yeah, and when I schedule stuff and I'm just like, oh yeah, that's so far away, and then it's like, oh right, that's coming up real fast. I had to learn the trick of like diluting my brain about deadlines. So it'll be something like, oh yeah, this is due in like, October 31st or whatever. And it's like, so I'm going to set myself it is late if it's not done by October 5th.
That's
Cause
great. I need to start doing that because I'm telling you what, I'm not gonna lie, I've been a little late on things these days. So
yeah, the problem is like law, some things you can be late on and some things you can't. Um, I every time you talk to a civil lawyer who has ended up eating something on, over what do you call it, like a missed limitation period, and that's rough.
yep, you miss those deadlines and you're going to pay for it. Now, whether or not your client pays for it is up to the court, but ideally you get everything done as quickly as humanly possible so that you don't have to deal with that at some point in your career.
Well, and with some limitation periods, it's like, well, now your client's got a great claim against you.
Yep.
So you never want to switch your client's claim to over to you from whoever they were originally suing, because yeah, don't become the story is, I guess, the moral of law. Um, all the more so if you do criminal law, but even in civil law, you don't want to become the story. Um, I guess the one place you really don't want to become the story is family law, though.
Yeah, tell me about it. Unless apparently you're Mr. Frankie's husband or Mrs. Frankie's husband, Kevin, in which case you want to be the front and center of the story and say, "Oh, my client's innocent." This is not going to be a good look for his client, albeit, well, we'll talk about that in a second. I was going to say, albeit there's some evidence that Ms. Hildebrandt may have contributed to this.
Which is interesting because the Frankie's the 8 passengers. And why is it that so many things are coming out of Utah lately? Um,
I thought that myself. I think that our it's not that there hasn't been exciting news coming out of Utah forever. I think it's just that since this year, really, the media has started to take an interest in covering these cases. And
so they're moving. The media is like, hey, we got to start focusing on this. Maybe I guess it's kind of like the Florida man thing, where it's like everybody is paying attention to that and so forth. So
yeah,
yeah,
because they didn't care at all, really. When I came for my election, crime wasn't an issue until I pointed out what an issue it was. I mean, I think part of it too is that, we have a DA, at least in Salt Lake County, who hasn't been doing his job at all. And as a result of that, and when I say not doing his job, I mean copying and pasting over 200 different declination letters within 1 month on repeat violent offenders. Some of them who have extensive criminal gang related history. And so
and that's declining to prosecute in those.
declining to prosecute. Yep. So
Yeah,
that's it. And all of them say the same thing: in the interest of justice, not we lack sufficient evidence, not he doesn't meet the standard to charge him, just in the interest of justice, over and over and over again. So because of that, I think some of the cases have become slightly more extreme, because I think people have, well, I don't think, I know people have actually gotten away with murder in the state. And it has, I think bail reform has a huge part to do with all of this. And I think especially, these really well kept, perfect looking homes are so used to getting away with nonsense in general that they just assume that no one's going to do anything. But with the increase of internet usage here in the state, by younger and younger audiences, I think they're finally starting to push back on things that would otherwise have flown under the radar. So, like, for example, to segue into the case we'll talk about today, um, this woman, after she murdered her husband, had the nerve to freaking write a book about it.
Oh, yeah, talking about the Kouri Richins, and that is just astounding that, lawyers say keep your mouth shut. That also means don't write a book. Like, a book is the worst possible, way to go about that. So that was
Right.
just astounding.
It is, but to me, it's indicative of a populace, or at least one person who thought, I'll never get turned in for it. I'll get away with it. Same with Ruby Franke. Why else would she be publishing everything she was doing online if she wasn't afraid of legal consequences? And I think that's a huge part of it. I think the culture has begun to shift in Utah. And like I said, I don't necessarily believe that. I mean, I know crime is on the rise here across the board. We're up 60% in murders in the past 4 years, which is unheard of. Yeah. Yeah. And this was going up pre-pandemic. So it's not like this was a pandemic fluke. This has been going on for a while, since really the state changed its laws regarding a bunch of criminal justice issues, hot topic issues regarding policing, bail reform. And bail reform has been really tough to implement here in Utah and nationwide as well. And I think part of that is it's hard to develop objective factors that lend the court to determine whether or not someone is safe to be released back into the public, and whether or not they're going to, hop on a plane and take off. I think in the case of Kouri Richins and Ruby Franke, it's pretty clear they have the financial means to run away and to escape if they want to. But in other cases, it's not quite as clear. And especially with those who are below the poverty line, both for victims and for perpetrators in that particular sector of society. So
yeah, it's tough to it's tough to get away when you've got no money. But it is interesting when you've got these people who have all of this like wealth and power and comfort committing these offenses. I just don't get it.
But I also think it's an ebb and flow type situation. I think the state will probably change. I think there'll be less crime over time. But my concern is that the pendulum has swung so far left that it's now going to swing super far right. And there is no kind of mediating voice to sort of slow things down.
And that's the problem, is that it gets there's a lot of situations, like a lot of people should be on bail, and a lot of people should be I think that like the US's sentencing regimes are often crazy, because you get people who are getting years in custody for like shoplifting, and I'm going, really? Like, you read some of these cases and the sentences people have gotten, and I'm like, that would never happen here in Canada. But similarly, sometimes people get stuff in Canada when I'm like, I don't know why that was so lenient. So
yeah, it is so case specific, and it's so like judicially specific, right? Depending on what judge you get, it's going to determine a lot of outcomes in these cases that, I always tell my clients, the judge could have woken up and had a bad BM and you're going to get the brunt of it. I don't know what else to tell you. That sometimes happens. And that's beyond anyone's control.
And the moody judges are really big things because some judges, there was one judge, and I won't name them, but the one judge, it was always just that if you had something like a sentencing or a bail hearing or whatever else, you would have to make sure that you do that before lunch, because after lunch, he never actually ate lunch and was always hangry.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? As a judge, as an attorney, like, even when I have mediation, my clients are always shocked when I buy them lunch, and I'm like, "If I don't eat lunch, 1, you're not getting your money's worth of an attorney because 'cause I'm not gonna review anything. I'm not actually going to read. I'll just skim through it because all I can think about is lunch."
Yeah,
So,
and I don't think that the judge realized that he was so different between, you know, morning and afternoon. But really, I think that he should have. And the problem is nobody can actually go up and tell the judge, like, "Hey, this is a problem. You need to eat." Um, I would have
yeah.
loved for one of his clerks to be like, "Here's a sandwich. Like, you need to have a sandwich." Like, or so.
Just come in with a Snickers bar every time you appear before him. "Your Honor, I brought you a gift. I brought one for the entire court, Your Honor. We would like everyone to enjoy."
Yes, and everyone will enjoy this one that you eat, because everyone else is going to be miserable if you don't.
Let's
So,
everyone just take a Snickers break, just 2 seconds.
yeah, exactly. So, yeah, there's a whole bunch of cases on the go, but I guess the one we were talking about at the moment is like Kouri Richins. And so, if people are not familiar with her story, she wrote a book and she was widely celebrated after her husband died of an overdose. And everybody was all sympathetic. She did the talk show circuit, she did all of these things. And she wrote a book basically about coping with loss in the wake of losing your husband, and dealing with the grief. And that went well for her right up until she ended up getting charged, because they actually found what seems to be some substantial evidence of, hey, you were involved in this. And I'm going to go ahead and call it. She's getting convicted. Um,
What makes you say that, Runkle?
well, I thought she might have some arguments to run, but I think she's blown them up. And I think her lawyer right now is just kicking himself. Like, when he got the news of this, he just picked up something expensive off a shelf and smashed it on the floor, because it's just, this will have blown up any plans that they had. So basically, they had the person that she bought the drugs from apparently
Runkle, I'm
flipped.
so sorry. Can you give me just 2 seconds? I'm gonna go silent for a second.
Oh, yeah,
So sorry.
absolutely. So apparently, the person that she's supposed to have bought the drugs from flipped on that and said, "Hey, no, I sold her the drugs, I et cetera, et cetera, et cetera." There was evidence that she had made previous attempts and that it hadn't gone well, so she tried again. He suspected that she was trying to kill him, and he put that, like, told that to other people. He redid his will. He did various other things on that, and so that was already up there, up in arms, right? That was already going on. But she had, or the argument that she really needs to make on this one, or needed to make on this one, basically goes like this: he had an addiction, and we didn't know that he had an addiction, and he consumed the drugs on his own, and that's what happened. That was the argument she needed to make. And unfortunately, that is the argument that I think is just not gonna happen anymore, because the government has got some new information and has brought a new application. Have you read the document on this one?
I have, and I think it's so funny because this is the kind of crap that I'm pretty sure if my mom was in jail, she would pull. Like, and you had said that her attorney must be, crapping himself. It's a she, and I'm friends with the
Oh,
defense counsel and with the prosecuting attorney in this case. So I'm kind of like limited. I mean, obviously, I'll still comment on their bubs and the things I think they do well, but I have tremendous respect for both women in this case. They're both really
and
brilliant counsel.
that's like when I say I think that this file is lost, I think this file is lost no matter how brilliant the defense lawyer is.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is and I just kind of feel like sending like flowers to the defense lawyer there as like a condolence, like my condolences on what just happened, because there was actually, I thought, real potential that she could pull together an acquittal. It would have required threading a needle. It would have required making, I think, very specific arguments, and it would have required a lot of finesse and skill. But I thought it was possible, and now
No,
I
I
think it's
totally agree. I think they could have argued that the state had basically set her up with, at the pushing and at the behest of his family, his remaining family members who have a lot of money at stake in the trust and estates case that is also being brought in this case.
yeah. You guys have tremendous financial incentive on this. There's a lot of money around. The press knew, or the prosecutor knew that this would be a high profile case because of the book. Knew that this would get attention. And hey, you're running for re-election sometime soon, aren't you? That kind of hint, hint, nudge, nudge, wink, wink to the jury. But also, like, just say, hey, listen, he could have consumed the drugs on his own. Lots of people out there have secret addictions, right? Lots of people out there, and there's lots of situations where this happens. I did a video on naloxone kits, and somebody actually reached out to me to point out that they said a lot of overdoses are coming out from like on construction sites.
Hmm.
Like, a construction worker heads to the bathroom, and they're and then they don't come out for like 20 minutes, and they go in and this person is turning blue on the seat. And this happens all the time, and people end up dying because they just get a bad batch of something, right? They
Yep.
what happens a lot is people think that they're safe because they're taking like pills, but the dealers know that, and that's why the pills actually go for like a premium on the quantity. It's because they feel safe. So what do dealers do? Well, they get a pill press and they make fake, fake oxys, fake whatever, and it might actually be fentanyl. And that fentanyl could be like, those pills could be really heavily loaded, right? So somebody ends up dying, and they think that they were, they're like, I take, X many pills every day, and it's always the same, right up until one day it isn't, right? So that, I think, was the argument that they hoped to make.
Well, I don't even think they could have made that argument plausibly. And the reason for that is because and props to Mrs. Cassell for drafting it this way. And I think that's the DA's last name. Her husband was my criminal law professor. And he's a former judge. So they're very but my so my former law professor, he fought against mandatory minimums because he had to sentence a guy to jail for 3 years for drug possession. And then there were enhancements added to that by the state because the guy had his weapon with him.
Mm.
And he was so upset by that case that he actually went and fought against mandatory minimums. And then same with victims. He's a huge victims' rights advocate, and he fought really hard for victims' rights to be included in the Bill of Rights to be included within our state constitution. And
Hmm.
so Yeah, he's a huge champion both ways, and he also was involved in wait, can I say this? Yeah, it's public filing. He was also involved in representing some victims who were fighting back against a certain Mr. Jeffrey, ending in the last name rhymes with Weinstein.
Right.
Yeah. So he's a huge giant in the legal community. I absolutely have the utmost respect for him and his wife. But anyway, my point is to say, now that I'm done, gushing about my friends, um, my point is to say that he did not die from an overdose in this case. That's not what's being argued. They're saying that she drugged him in his drink, that she slipped the drug into
Yeah.
his drink. Now, I agree with you. She may be able to argue, no, he was a drug addict. He had done this before. But then the state also has the testimony from the actual drug dealer who met with her over here at the point of the mountain down here in Draper to sell her the fentanyl.
And that's the thing. What you have to argue then is like the state, like this drug dealer, is getting some sort of deal because drug dealer, there you'd basically have to attack the credibility of the drug dealer, which is doable, or she makes the argument of, listen, I knew he had an addiction and I helped him get the pills. Right? But I didn't know he was going to take that many, or I didn't know he was going to take them. Like we talked about, you should never take these with alcohol. And then for some reason, we were celebrating. I thought that he wasn't going to, take the pills because you can't take those with alcohol. But he did. And like tragic results, right? And I didn't say anything sooner because I felt really guilty about having helped get the pills. And I was worried. So, at that point, she goes down for the drug dealing because they've charged her with that. But the drug dealing is a better sentence to end up with than the murder. So,
I think you also have to discredit the witnesses who said that he himself, the deceased husband, approached them saying, "I think my wife tried to drug me in the sandwich she fed me. It made me really sick." So, I
yeah.
mean, these are repeated cases of alleged druggings, and it already was not looking good. It was already looking like there was a substantial amount of investigation that went into the filing of these charges well before they were filed.
And yeah, I mean, it took them what, like a year to do that, to
Yep.
actually get around to the filing. So I suspect that they got a suspicion somewhere along. I mean, it sounds like they actually got a suspicion right at the outset because they said that there was stuff that was suspect from like the emergency medical team saying
Mm.
like, listen, she said she performed CPR, but there was like the foam indicated not CPR. Um, she said that she hadn't touched her phone all night, and yet we see that her phone was, being used. That there was this. So she, right at the outset, she probably raised their suspicion, but then they didn't have enough to charge her with until later on, right?
Right. And, the family was suspicious from day one because right after he was declared deceased, she went and got into his safe, started pulling things out of the safe, immediately called the life insurance company to have everything, give it all the benefits to pay out, only to discover that I think two of the life insurance policies that he had taken out, he had changed to his sister as the beneficiary.
Yeah, because he suspected.
It's very Lori Vallow-esque. And so now it's hilarious. I mean, it's good for me as a family law attorney because I have so many clients who go and negotiate their own deals with their soon to be exes, which I'm fine with. Like, if you want to go and save yourself the money and me the trouble, go for it. Just let me
But
review your stipulation when you're done. And they always come back to me and they're like, yeah, she wants me to name her irrevocably as the beneficiary. And now I have multiple cases to just send to them to say, let me explain to you why this is bad practice and why we aren't doing that.
so that one I don't know because I don't do family law. So I mean, I assume it's bad because then you're on the hook for this forever. What happens if they just stop paying for it on an irrevocable life insurance policy?
You could bring a motion to enforce to force them to start paying it again and to seek a judgment against them for the amount that they should have paid, all the way up to what it would cost. So the reason that we have it is in the event that someone passes away, your typically your obligation to your children and to your spouse basically ends, and Social Security or another program will step in and start paying what you would have paid in child support. However, because you're paying child support, you can also attach the amount of alimony that you're required to pay to
Right.
that. So you should, so what you do is you basically draft up a stipulation, or the court enters a decree that says you are required to maintain life insurance policy in an amount that would cover your children's outstanding child support or that would cover your outstanding child support obligation. And in this case, yeah.
Now, what
And
happens if that's not doable? Like, let's say um, let's say you go to the life insurance and you're like, I need $1 million in life insurance. They're like, cool, let's send you to the doctor for a workup. And the doctor says, oh, this guy's got a heart problem. So now you've got a court order that says you have to maintain life insurance, and you've got life insurers who are like, we will not insure you.
yep.
How does that work?
So the person who is receiving the benefit, right? The onus is on them to step forward and exercise that right. So let's say, for the ease of my very gender confused mind, not I'm not gender confused. I mean that the law is gender specific, and people are going to take great offense to this, but I apologize. It's just easier to say mom and dad, husband, wife, than to say partner one, partner two in my mind. So, for my own personal ease and convenience, and so that the audience understands, please know this is not typically always the way it has to be. I'm just being specific. Okay. So, I'm going to use an example that may offend someone, but let's say that father slash husband is ordered to maintain life insurance for to cover alimony payments to his wife and to the children. And then, like you had said, it's discovered he has a heart condition. And so he's no longer eligible for those life insurance benefits. And he needs to switch life insurance policies if he's able to maintain it at all. And now it's become an unreasonable burden and cost to him. So
Yeah.
what would happen is the wife would then file basically what's considered a motion to enforce the decree. And then he would file an objection to the motion to enforce, and would come before a hearing to the judge to say, Your Honor, this is no longer possible for me to maintain. If she would like, she could now go and bring a petition to modify, to change the decree to include this new language that would allow me to switch. Or alternatively, Your Honor, we just strike this provision in the decree.
Right. So
And
we'll just knock it out. But oh man,
right.
that's a headache.
That's kind of a headache. And so typically, because it's a court of equity, typically the party's attorney will likely contact mine. Let's say I'm representing dad. Mom's attorney will contact mine before they file their motion to enforce, because that's a requirement of the rule, and say, hey, you need to pay up, or you need to, reinstate life insurance. And then I send him an email back saying, my client can't. And here's a doctor's note. And
Yeah.
here's our denial letter. So if you want to bring this on a motion to enforce, keep in mind, I will be asking for sanctions, and I will be asking for my reasonable attorney's fees for having to defend this frivolous action. Now that you know he can't pay, you need to bring a petition to modify if you're interested in that.
Yeah, because I mean, there are some places that might offer insurance, but it would be at ridiculous rates if you've got like a heart condition.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
The
we'll
key is
insure you
to
for 100,000 for 25,000 a year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The key is just to include language that makes it very clear that this is to be offered upon the reasonable, price through his employer or her employer. So
Right.
let's say it's reasonably available and they can afford it and they're eligible, then yes, if they can, they should. That's sort of the way I always draft mine.
It's a good practice, I think, to have life insurance if you can, but not everyone can. But we're getting off topic, which is fine because that's how we roll here. But This particular, and somebody's asking what I'm drinking. I decided to try the Krabby's rhubarb.
Ooh.
It is not as good as their regular. It's like an alcoholic ginger beer, but this one's got rhubarb flavoring. It's not as good as a rhubarb cider that they make here, and it's also not as good as what is it? As the regular Krabby's ginger beer. So it's like it's good, but there's never a reason to buy this again.
They make
So
rhubarb cider?
yes, Summersby is the company. They make a rhubarb cider, and it is amazing.
Where has this been all my life? I freaking love
Right?
rhubarb.
It is amazing during like the hot summer months. You just go out and you're like having a sip of that. It is really good. So, I buy a bunch of that. My wife and I have had that out in the backyard, just sitting in the sun, pups running around. Having a rhubarb cider. It's a good way to be. So
I tried a rhubarb pie once, and it shocked me what an excellent substitute it is for apples.
I don't like apple pie. I like rhubarb pies.
Rhubarb pie.
So
And what's weird is it looks like a celery, and so my whole life I was like, I'm not putting that in my mouth. I hate celery. It tastes like okay, someone in the chat, back me up. Does celery not just taste like dirt, like soil? Soil,
I
it
like
tastes like muddy water soil.
I like celery. I figure that like celery is an excellent ingredient for a soup, say. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good for soup. It is good for soup. It's good as like an added type element, because there's almost like this astringentness to it, but
I can't ever see like eating a bowl of celery. Like that would be weird.
I just pop on stream and I see your uncle sitting there just down in the celery.
I mean, celery is good if it's in a Caesar. That's a great use for you've probably never had a Caesar being American.
It sounded like a Caesar salad, which is why I went like this, because celery is a good addition to like tuna sandwiches or like other things where you want to add a little bit of texture but not too much. And
right.
it's a very mild flavor, so you're not really like messing with the recipe. But go on. What is a Caesar?
So a Caesar is like a Bloody Mary, except that it's made with a product called clamato. And clamato is exactly what it sounds like. It is clam and tomato.
Clam and tomato. Ah!
It is.
I'm out.
If you ever make it up to Edmonton, I will drag you to a place to have a Caesar. They're like a Bloody Mary with a little more depth to the flavor. So they're like a better version of a Bloody Mary. If you don't like a Bloody Mary, you won't like it. But
I do like Bloody Marys. I also like cold soup. So I feel like I might be on board with a clamato something. I'm just not sure yet. I need to digest it mentally, and then I will engage.
You'll have to come visit sometime, and we can try one out. But so yeah, the insurance stuff was already like people had suspicions even before he died, right? So
right.
I still think there is a path to acquittal. It's a narrow path, and there's like cliffs and bears on either side, but there was a path. And now she's basically taken that path, specifically that narrow path, and like built a fire in it so that it's just completely impassable.
Do you have a copy of the letter? Can we read the letter?
Oh, I've got a copy of the whole motion and the letter because
I want to read it. I want to read it.
Because, oh my God. So let's start with the motion because, yeah. So
let me just add to this while we're pulling that up. This judge, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's the same judge. Mrazek is the judge who was the judge in the Goop case with Gwyneth Paltrow.
Oh, really?
Yes, same judge. And he does like to keep things public, typically. So I'm pleased that this is the judge that we got, because I think it's more likely than not that he's not going to try and put a protective order on things, and that this will be a public trial. That's my hope, at
And
least.
I actually thought he did a pretty good job during the Paltrow trial.
Yeah, he
Because
did a great job. He's a great judge. I've been before him before, actually on a trust and estates case. It was they were contesting, the trustee in the will, who would have otherwise taken over the trust. And
and
so because of
run
that,
away with all the money.
basically, and there was quite a few $1 million present there. So yeah, it is, I believe it is the same judge.
And that's always the problem with trustees and those kinds of relationships. Because when they're done right, they're a great structure. Like they can help protect people. If you've got a kid who is gonna be like 8 when you have a terminal illness, and you know that this kid's gonna need someone in their corner.
Mhm.
You can't give a kid like $1 million if that's what your estate is, because your kid's gonna blow it, right? They're
Yep.
gonna. So you need somebody to manage it, but you want that person to be very much focused on your kids' interests and not their own. And there are various ways that people abuse these sorts of things, and drain the trust for their own interest, and that's not good. So, but I'm super thrilled about that one. So, um, this is like a spicy beginning here. It's the state of Utah respectfully requests that the court enter a no contact order to prevent the defendant from further engaging in witness tampering in violation of Utah code, and to protect the integrity of this proceeding. Witness tampering is a hell of an allegation. And when you want to cut people who are in custody off from their supports, that is also a big thing, right? Because when you're in custody, you don't have many people in your corner, and that's a problem. So they don't typically want to cut people off from their family members, from their friends, and so forth, to the extent you still have anybody who is willing to visit you. So that is a big deal. And I see somebody's having trouble with somebody says they can't send a super chat. I don't know if that is.
Oh, no. Well, let's get that fixed before we start reading. Man's gotta make his money. And I will say this too, we don't typically, we being speaking on behalf of the Utah State Bar, there has been a huge push to not be filing these types of motions unless you have rock solid evidence. And so what I like about my jurisdiction is when you get those types of claims up in the header, right? In your plea, in your like,
they're going to deliver, or
yeah, more 9 times out of 10 they're coming in hot. And so what I like about that is there's an element of trustworthiness to it, where when you're opposing counsel and you read that header, you go, whoa, wait, what? And then you really have to read carefully all the attachments and make sure that it does say what opposing counsel is claiming it says. So
and that's the thing is, some jurisdictions people are fairly free with making applications, and they're kind of spurious. But where I am, like, it's the same thing. If they were bringing an application like this, it would be because they've got some good evidence, right? Some good meaning to it. And it looks like Joe Loy was able to send in a super chat. So
yay.
yeah. So, statement of facts: the defendant is being held without bail at the Summit County Jail. It is not surprising on the without bail, because she had money to flee. She had reason to flee. They have a pretty good case against her, but also there were some hints that she might have interest in, like, the getting rid of the kids.
There were some
So
hints at that, and there was also, the prosecutor didn't hint at it in her oral argument, but it was strongly implied in her written filings. And on top of that, I don't think she needed to go there, and she didn't. Her focus, in at least in the oral argument, was, look, this lady is a flight risk. The severity of the crime under Utah law is something that we also take into account. So,
Yep.
with the crime as alleged, we have something to move forward with here. And it's serious enough that she does not need to be going anywhere. And then I think I agree with you. I think the last one was kind of hinting at that she's a danger to the public.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of attack that's kind of difficult to defend yourself against. Um, like, if somebody's like, "Hey, I'm going to come at you with a knife," it's like, okay, I can run away. I can, grab a gun. I can grab my own knife. I can whatever, right? But if somebody's slipping you something, how do you defend against that? It's just oh wait, I shouldn't have eaten that. So it's it's tough. But and the other thing, I don't think that they argued substantially, was the aspects of and somebody's noting she purchased life insurance for 3 kids.
She did. She did. And that's par for the course. At least it was for Lori Vallow. That's what Lori Vallow did and instructed, allegedly, maybe have instructed her then husband, Chad Daybell, to do the same before offing Chad Daybell's wife.
And the thing is that life insurance is normally out there in order to make sure that you're going to be okay, like in the wake of somebody's passing, right? Like, I have life insurance to protect my wife, because if I end up like, let's say one of the dogs gets out and I chase the dog and get hit by a truck in traffic, right? You never know when that could happen. It could happen like literally an hour after the stream is done. And if it does now, that'll be really creepy and people will click the heck out of that. So I'm just going to stay in my chair for the rest of the day. But, but, like, there's expenses. Like, dying is incredibly expensive. You got funerals, you've got all of this stuff, and just, adapting to the lack of an income, right? How do you transition from 2 incomes to 1 income? Well, you want your spouse to not, end up in poverty just because you died. Assuming you like your spouse, which
Mhm.
I think most of us do. Otherwise you would just, like,
Abscond from the
hopefully.
jurisdiction and then never respond to any of the pleadings. And then when you actually go to file a default against them, then suddenly they appear out of nowhere. Yeah, don't do that. Just get a
I,
divorce if you don't like your person. Don't run away and just pretend like the problem's not happening.
Yeah, well,
Sorry.
especially the really funny ones, and I say funny in the worst ways, are the ones who just abscond, and then
Yeah.
like 10 years later they just marry someone else without telling them that they're still married, and that gets fun because that's a crime now.
Well, and I don't know if it's a crime here too. And I don't know if you know this, but we live just about 6 hours north of Vegas, and so it's not uncommon to run across the occasional, "Oh yeah, by the way, I maybe got married when I was like 18 on a whim on the weekend, but we never hung out after that. So it's not really a real marriage." And you're like, "No, that's still a real marriage." By the way, it was Judge Holmberg for the Gwyneth Paltrow case, apparently.
Ah,
That's what I'm seeing on the pleadings, although I could have sworn it was this judge. But anyway, I do love this judge.
so yeah, that's totally a real marriage, and now you owe support is
Yep.
the other fun thing. Especially if you're in a jurisdiction that presumes parentage of the children belongs to the father, like to the husband.
Which is a huge problem because a lot of times women, will cheat on their spouse, and then the spouse wants to protect their wife and actually wants children and is totally fine taking care of this new baby, but the biological father has to fight like heck in order to establish he's the father. There is a presumption here if you have a child during marriage that the baby belongs to the husband, not the stinky link or sneaky link.
And I mean, it could be a real problem in the sense of, like, if you haven't seen this woman for like 10 years and she's had 3 kids in the meantime, it's like, guess what? You are presumptively their dad.
Yep.
And you are presumptively on the hook for support.
I'm of the position that, we can have multiple dads and moms. I'm fine with it. So long as someone is there to take care of and love this child and to be a good role model in their life. So, I mean, I'm happy whenever mothers and fathers step up and say, "Hey, I want to have some involvement in my child's life." What makes me really pissed off is when people disappear for 10 years and then show up and are like, "This is my son or my daughter and I'm going to do what I want." That's a problem.
Yeah, no, at that point it's like, you might be the sperm donor, but you've never been the father. So
Exactly.
out you
So,
go. Yeah, so be careful with a marriage. It's a really significant document.
get a
It's
prenup.
not. I mean, my wife and I don't have a prenup, but we also get along really well. And at this point, in my jurisdiction, prenups aren't worth that much.
Hmm.
They tend to get crossed over if the court thinks that the prenup is at all unfair. They will strike it out. And unfair is just like, well, one side is getting more money than they would have otherwise, which is like, that's why the prenup
That's why the
exists.
prenup. Duh. That's the whole idea. Here, it's really hard to undo a prenup unless there wasn't a full disclosure. So if you present evidence that there was a full disclosure, then you're pretty much locked and loaded. The only other time that the prenup won't not the only other time, but typically the only other time I see prenups cast aside are provisions involving children, which are a big
Mhm.
no-no because that's outside of your purview. You don't get to negotiate overnights with the kids that may or may not exist, and you don't get to negotiate child support. That's not up to the parties.
Yeah, no, the child support is a right pretty much of the children, not the parties. So, yeah.
I
Um,
mean, I don't have a prenup, but I also got married long before I became an attorney, and I'm an attorney because of my husband. So,
I um I was in law school when I got married, but I just kind of bet on the marriage and it's
oh,
worked out.
well,
Um,
good, and that makes me happy.
we've been going it's more than 10 years. So, that's kind of rare these days. We're actually coming up on 15. So that's
Aw.
it's but yeah, no, prenups make a lot of sense. And I mean, you can have prenups that just basically say we're going to divide everything 50-50. That's an acceptable prenup,
You can have
you know.
prenups that say, "If I prove you're cheating on me, we can divide everything 50-50," because there's not always a presumption in my jurisdiction of 50-50. And
Mm,
so, even just having that to say your premarital property is now marital. That
yeah.
enough is enough inclination. That's enough to drive people to stay married for a long time. I do think it's a little insane that in my jurisdiction, you have to wait 30 days. There's a 30-day waiting period for a divorce after you file before you can actually have the court enter your divorce. Um, to see if you really, really, really want to divorce this person. So, like, this is post pleadings, okay? Post everything, motions, disclosures, everything.
Because you might change your mind after going through all of that process.
Correct. And so there is a 30-day waiting period. Now, I don't mind that. State legislature, I'm so happy that you support traditional, beautiful marriages. That's awesome. Why the heck does the state legislature, though, not require full disclosure of people's finances and have a requirement that the parties, both parties who want to enter into a marriage, take a class to help them learn how to better communicate, learn how to manage finances together, understand their rights, understand what the marital estate means and what it means to be married, to
But
become
then
one
who pays
unit?
for that class?
The taxpayer.
Yeah, I don't know if the taxpayer necessarily wants to pay for those, but it's a balance. But
I'm just saying.
yeah, I
I'm just
mean,
saying. You don't have the Grim Reaper knocking on your door if you're
and
prepared.
a ton of marriages fail because people can't talk to each other.
Yes.
Um, and yeah, so um, that's but let's get back to this one here. So, she's being held without bail at the Summit County Jail. Pursuant to policy, on September 14th, Summit County Sheriff's deputies searched the cell block where the defendant is housed, including the defendant's specific cell. If you're wondering what that policy is, the policy is we search your crap if you're in jail. Regularly and also randomly. Like, you're going to get searched a lot if you're in jail. Why? Because they want to make sure that you're not like if you've watched Shawshank Redemption is a great movie that would never happen because they would absolutely be ripping down his posters. They would, just to have a look behind them. They would absolutely be turning over his cell to find his little crappy rock hammer. Like, all of these things they would find. And, they find all sorts of crap. And you would also be shocked at the stuff that's contraband in a prison. Because just about everything is contraband in a prison. And people smuggle all sorts of things into prisons. Some of which... I mean, there's drugs and there's weapons. Those are popular. But you'd be surprised at the other stuff that people get dinged for possession of contraband.
Cell phones.
Cell phones are real popular.
Underwear, depending on which prison you're sent to or jail.
Women's prisons, it's very common that there'll be underwear, cosmetics,
bras,
deodorant, bras.
Yep.
Bras are actually a big one in women's prisons because the bras often don't fit. And so people want something that does because, yeah.
Well, and there's no wire. So if you were raised with a underwire bra that offers you support and now you don't have that, it's like, what's the point of trying to work out? It's a nightmare. And for a lot of women, it's really painful. But, if you're a woman in jail, it's tough because it's just tough. The state doesn't know. Yeah, porn. Yep.
Super common. People's favorite foods. They'll find they'll find food that's like, we don't sell this at the commissary, so it's contraband.
Oh yeah, that would be me. I'd be like, hey, I'm going to be in the yard at this time. Go ahead and drone me over my favorite drinks. Like I love food so much.
Oh man, there'd be like my favorite Chinese food would just be smuggled in. They're like, really? You're going to do like an extra 30 days over this? I'm like, yep.
Chocolate bars, baby. That's what I want. I'm like, I'll stay an extra 6 years. Don't care. Get me my chocolate.
Well, and they'll have chocolate bars at the commissary, but they'll be like 2 brands, and they're probably brands that you've never heard of. They're like,
that ain't chocolate. It's wax. At that point, if you're lucky if you get Hershey's.
It's like Mr. Nick's brand, and you're like, what the hell is this? It's like, So yeah, there's all sorts of things that are contraband, and they'll find all of it, right? And yeah,
this goes to the expectation of privacy, right? Because I've had a lot of people argue, well, wait a second. I thought that phone call was private. I thought that this communication was private. I didn't know they were going to look through my letters. Well, hold on, princess. They're looking through everything else you do. Why would you think they wouldn't look through your letters?
And I warn people. I'm like, listen, your calls to me, your lawyer, on this specific number that is registered with the prison as a lawyer's number, because literally I call up the prisons and it's like, this is a lawyer number. And they actually have a different message that it plays. Like, there's a message that it plays to warn you that the call is being recorded.
Yep.
And if I hear that message as a lawyer, I just say, shut up. This is a recorded line. I'll get this fixed. We'll talk later. Goodbye. And if they're trying to talk, I'm shouting over them. Like, You need to not say anything. And then I just hang up because I don't want that, and my next call is to the prison facility going, what the hell? I had a client in custody who, like, I called up the prison and they were going, we are so sorry. And they're like, we will delete the recording. And I'm like, yeah, you're damn right you will. Even though the recording was literally just me saying, shut up, shut up, shut up. I'll arrange another call. Shut up. Click.
Doesn't matter. You don't want that getting into the jury in some freaking weird loophole in some world, because people will even misinterpret that. So it's just better to just keep them quiet. And I agree. Yeah, have them delete it. It's the same as if you were to accidentally send an email to opposing counsel meant for your client, right? The rule is you delete the email immediately. You send back an email to the person who sent it to you on accident and say, hey, I think you accidentally sent me this. This is what it said. I've already deleted the communication. And that's it.
I had a file where they accidentally sent me a disclosure package, which included the name, like details about a CI. And I don't know exactly what was in it, other than just the Crown prosecutor called me and said, hey, we screwed up. We have accidentally sent you CI information. It's in an envelope. I hope you haven't. He's like, if you can deliver me that envelope unopened, I will drop the charges against your client, because the amount of headache that happens if it comes back open is huge. And if we can just avoid that. And so I ended up I'm like, I will need instructions from my client, but yes, we'll make this deal. And I'm talking to my client and he's like, well, couldn't we use the stuff in it? And I'm like, no, if I learn this, I cannot reveal it in court. I cannot do anything with it. So it doesn't matter if I look at it. All this is we are getting a benefit to, to reduce the paperwork hassle. And so that went back unopened to the prosecutor, who was like, oh, thank God. Now, to be fair, they were probably unlikely to get a conviction against my client in the first place. It's one of those passenger in a car, stuff found in the trunk kind of scenarios.
Okay.
Where it's
and
tough
your client kept their mouth shut, I take it.
Client probably genuinely didn't know anything about the stuff in the trunk and was probably just a passenger, right? It happens.
That's really unfortunate. Guys, don't travel with drugs and your friends. Don't travel with drugs and your people. Okay? I wish I could say don't travel with drugs, but I know y'all are going to do it anyway. Just don't do it with your friends in the car or with anyone you care about, unless it's your soon-to-be ex, in which case. Just kidding.
Oh, man.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
The number of women who have gotten screwed over that way because their husband is involved in drug trafficking.
That literally happened to my mom. I can't talk about the case all that much, but yes, that literally happened. Her abusive ex-husband had utilized her medicine bottles as his own little stash to be funneling drugs through. And yeah, it was a mess. It was a complete mess. But I mean, these things happen. And I'll tell you what, I take that rule about disclosure so seriously that when my opponent last year accidentally sent me a link to open up case files, that he was trying to get statistics going to make himself look better publicly. But when he sent me that link to open on accident, I wrote him back an email immediately. And I tagged all of his assistant DAs. And I was like, hey, you guys, I think accidentally sent this to me. If you didn't, then it's probably from a fake email. I suggest you immediately delete whatever it is that just came through to me. But it ended in his email address. So I could only assume it was from him. But it was a Google Drive link authorization. And I think someone on his team, someone in his campaign who shouldn't be working for him as a campaign manager if they're already getting paid to be a DA, but whatever. Yeah. Even then I sent it back without opening it. No questions, no risky link clicks. So
yeah, it's just, I don't know what this is. I don't want it. But yeah, that's sort of what's going on there. And, so based on that, they're like, hey, we've got the, that search revealed a 6-page handwritten letter that defendant wrote to her mother, Lisa Darden, hidden inside a book in the defendant's cell. There is only one kind of letter that is protected if they find it in your cell. And that's a letter to your lawyer.
Yep.
Which is why when I have clients in custody who are writing stuff down, I am just like, you know what? Um, it's just, I specifically will say, like, the first thing I want you to write on this is "for my lawyer" in big letters on the top.
Yep.
I want that to be, if you've got like the
We're
lined paper that,
privileged, on the front, the back, the top, for my attorney-client privilege everywhere.
yeah, I just want that to be really clear. And I mean, I've had a case where the police officer who searched my client's car found one of those letters, and it was marked "for my lawyer" on it. And it was funny. He's like, so yeah, all I read on the piece of paper was "for my lawyer," and I set it aside and I didn't look at it after that. I was like, good for you. He's like, no, once I saw that, I turned it over so I couldn't see it. I put it on a place on the seat that I'd already searched, so I didn't need to touch it again. And I just didn't touch it. When the other officer, he said, when the other officer came, I said, there's papers there. Don't touch them. Don't touch them. And I was like, thank you. Although I could have had an argument if he had messed with them. So,
but let's give credit where due, right? Sometimes these officers think they know the law. So congratulations to him for acknowledging, hey, wait a second, can't touch this. No one else touched this. Good for him.
Well, and I'm giving him credit because if he'd screwed that up, I probably could have made arguments on that to,
you could have had everything thrown out.
Yep. And him preventing that is good cop work, right?
That's great.
A lot of what defense lawyers rely on is sloppy cop or dirty cop or that kind of thing. And so if he's being careful, that helps, that helps society. And I don't blame him. Like, I'm just sitting there going, good for you, right? That's how the system's supposed to work. So, but, so what do they find in this letter? The letter instructs Lisa Darden to induce the defendant's brother, Ronald Darden, who is Lisa Darden's son, to testify falsely in this matter. The letter claims the defense counsel wants to link Eric Richins getting drugs and pills from Mexico to the fentanyl that caused his death. No such link exists. Therefore, the defendant concocts a false narrative for Ronald Darden to repeat, whereby Eric told Ronnie that he got pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from the workers at the ranch. Now, there's a whole lot of problems with this. Problem number one.
Racist much?
Yep. And if I'm the lawyer, I'm spending serious time thinking about whether I'm still the lawyer after this gets released. Because you don't want any suggestion that you are tied to this. But you can see defense counsel's got an argument. It's maybe he got the drugs and pills from somewhere else, and that's what caused him to to die. And she's like, well, I can improve this story, because I'm sure what defense counsel is saying is like, listen, this is the argument we're going to make. We don't have any evidence, but we can make some noise to create some doubt here. And she's like, well, I can manufacture some evidence on this one.
Man, that is nasty. And you're right. This is looking bad for defense counsel.
Because, well, I don't think defense counsel was involved in this. It just makes defense counsel's situation so untenable.
What other theory could you come up with, right? And you have to know, though, I don't think defense counsel was like, hey, maybe he got the drugs from here. Like, where else could he have gotten it? And that got Lisa's little mind turning, or not Lisa, but the defendant's mind turning and going, who can I get to create evidence for me?
But this is the thing, is now if you run this argument and you say, listen, he got the drugs somewhere else. As a prosecutor, I'm saying it's right in the letter that this is a false story that they wanted to concoct. It was right in this letter. This is fake. And it just destroys that argument. Like, no jury, once this goes in, is ever going to believe this defense.
Well,
And
in any
so,
other kind of like, she could say, "Oh, well, he got the drugs from somewhere else," or he had a drug addiction. But
yeah,
when she's sitting here and pointing that out, well, okay, then what defense do you have? Someone
once you're
else
trying
poisoned
to,
him?
and no matter what she gets up to testify about now, um, they're going to say, like, listen, she was trying to get other people to lie. It doesn't matter what witnesses she presents to in her side, because it's going to be like, well, maybe she got a hold of them. Maybe her family got a hold of them and tampered with these witnesses. This absolutely wrecks Kouri Richins. She's just so screwed because of this.
Yeah.
Um, I just I don't see how she can possibly because the prosecution, I think, has a prima facie case, right? They've got a good argument to get to beyond reasonable doubt. She needs to suggest basically it was some other possibility. Like, I don't think she's going to be like, I don't think that they're ever going to believe that this is a possibility at all, right? So, um, but yeah, and she allows that Ronald Darden can reword the narrative however he needs to make the point, just include it all. The defendant explains that Ronald Darden probably would need to testify to the narrative, i.e., she's actually trying to get perjury to happen here. But it's super short, not a lot to it. She reiterates that this testimony can be short and to the point, but has to be done. Tell Ronald I need him to do this. The defendant cautions Lisa Darden to convey the instructions to Ronald Darden in person because she worries that Lisa Darden's house and phone are bugged. I mean,
Not an admission of guilt right there.
oh
She's
yeah,
literally saying, "Hey, I don't want anyone hearing that I'm telling him to do this. So, will you please be very discreet and meet with him in person as I'm telling you via letter that everyone can read and anyone can pick up to do this thing. But I don't want, a place where I know the state will be listening to hear this."
this, and I mean, there's a very different way this letter could have been, right? Um, Ronald told me about how he was trying to get those drugs, a while back. Please ask him to tell the police what he heard about, how he was getting these drugs. That might be very spinnable in the sense of like, listen, she knew that this was truth and actually just wanted this guy to come forward and tell the truth because it's exculpatory evidence. But you don't say that with like, I'm worried that this is going to be overheard on a bugged phone line. That just screams this has to be sneaky because we are engaged in bad acts. So, yeah. The letter is evidence of witness tampering. I think so.
Yeah.
Utah code provides in pertinent part, a person is guilty of the third-degree felony of tampering with a witness if, believing that an official proceeding or investigation is pending. I don't see how she could not be, like, she's in custody, bail denied. She's got to believe that.
I mean, even by your own words, investigation is pending.
Yeah,
Investigation is the key term there, right? And she's saying, "I'm worried that the house is bugged." So she
yeah.
knowingly was trying to do this,
She
protecting
put it in
herself.
writing that,
She put it in writing.
and he attempts to induce or otherwise cause another person to A, testify or inform falsely. And again, if she had, like, if this had been phrased as like, he needs to come forward with what he knows about him getting those drugs from wherever, then you could argue that it wasn't to testify or inform falsely, but to testify or inform truthfully, right?
Right,
But
right.
that's not what's in the letter.
Right. She could have even couched it in, "You and I both know I did nothing of the sort. You and
Yeah,
I both know he had a drug addiction. You and I both know that he was getting his drugs from the people at the ranch. And I need you to testify to the things that you and I are both aware of
yeah,
and know are true."
yeah. And that would be, I mean, I would still, as a prosecutor, if I was in the prosecutor's shoes, I'd be like, she can't be telling this person what to say. but you'd have a much harder time claiming it was witness tampering because it's just like, please tell the truth. And
Right.
if you were in custody and you were falsely accused, and I'm not saying that Kouri Richins is, I'm just going with the hypothetical of if you were and you knew somebody had evidence that would, help you, you would absolutely be begging them to come forward, right?
Right.
Um, and I mean, I've seen situations like this. I've seen situations where like guy's alibi is that he was sleeping with another guy. And that other guy doesn't want to testify because he's married to his spouse of however long. And, he doesn't want to go into court and be like, yeah, as it turns out, I'm A, gay, and B, cheating on my wife. Like, he doesn't want that. So he's like, I'm not testifying. That's heartbreaking when you're dealing with
Right.
that sort of thing. And I've ended up having to deal with that through like, hey, I'm not going to tell you what my client was doing because I've been told not to, but you really need to look at the security cameras at this building. And the prosecutor was like, yeah, that's your client on those. And he obviously wasn't in two places at once. We've got the wrong dude, which is
Yep.
great. But if you don't have those security cameras, then you're in a real problem, right? You're like, what are we going to do about this? So, yeah.
Or if you're a John and some kind of prostitution deal went bad where there's an exchange for drugs and she calls the cops on you and you're like, "Well, Your Honor, I couldn't have been doing that because, or that's not what happened because all I wanted was my drugs back." And she said no.
I mean, there's all sorts of possibilities. And you would be stunned. I had a guy who, and this was the worst thing. He called the police to indicate that he'd been robbed. And he told the police, he bragged to the police that even though he was robbed, they didn't get most of his drugs or money because those were in the backpack that was hidden in the bushes over there. And so the cops went over and grabbed the backpack, and sure enough, it's full of drugs and money. And it's like, and he was so pissed that they didn't investigate the robbery because they had him on the drugs and money and the dealing because he told them he was dealing drugs when he got robbed. It was like,
I want to know if that video is true. Do you know the video I'm talking about? There's like a cops show and they come up and this lady had called to report that someone had stolen her drugs. And she was like, I just needed to get paid back for the crack. And he was like, wait, what? And she goes, I don't smoke crack. I don't deal crack. He took my crack and he won't pay me for it. And she's like arguing with this cop. And he's like, so you're sure you don't smoke crack? And she's like, nah, I do coke.
oh, just, really nail down the
Like
I was
pure coke.
trafficking. I
Like I
was,
don't
yeah.
do that shit. Like as though it's just bad. It was a bad, but I'm pretty sure that was fake. And I don't know. That's what this sort of reminds me of. But yes, it's very evident to the court, to everyone. I don't know how
And
you get out of this.
it's funny because crack and coke are the same drug, just in different formulations.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
you would be surprised just how many people get really touchy about which ones they use and which ones they don't. Especially when you're looking at like businessmen and like lawyers and so forth who are like, I do cocaine, and they look
That's
down on the
it.
people who do crack, and it's like,
James Randolph has a better explanation of the facts that I so incorrectly remembered. He says in your chat, he says, my favorite episode of Cops. Okay, so this was a real episode of Cops. The lady tried to get her money back for fake crack. The other lady said, I'm not a drug dealer. I'm a known prostitute. That was it. Thank you, James.
Yeah.
Check Danny. Ooh, that's funny.
So the state is investigating. No shit. It is clearly unclear or currently unclear to the state whether the defendant passed this exact letter or its content to Lisa Darden or anyone else. Significantly, and this is where they get into this, also just destroys any hope of her using her family, her friends, etc. as a witness. Significantly, on the morning of September 13th, 2023, on a video conference with Lisa Darden, the defendant held up yet another letter for her mother to read silently to herself. That letter was not found inside the defendant's cell. There's a strong inference that the September 13th, 2023 letter was destroyed or flushed. The state's investigation into this matter shall be ongoing. So it looks like she's got some, spycraft going on. Write the letter, show the letter. You've memorized the letter. Great. Destroy the letter. But yeah, this, the fact that they've got that on video, any witness who comes forward, they're going to be like, so, how do we know this isn't tampered evidence? How do we know that your mom didn't arrange this?
But again, this is just evidence to me of someone who's never been told no and honestly thought she was going to get away with it. That's what this is. This is, hey, I know my family will cover for me no matter what. Now let me manipulate them to do what I want, even if it's illegal and to their detriment. It's just a complete lack of care for anyone but herself. And it's just very evident and clear that she thought, if I can get this letter out to my family, they'll do it. Because if they don't, then they don't really love me.
And the thing is people think that harsh penalties deter crime. And for the most part, they don't, because the penalties for just about every crime make it not worth it. But people always assume they're going to get away with crimes. So, and this is right down to the absolutely dumbest shit. Guy goes up and slashes his ex-wife's tires, and he's like, I was going to get he thinks he's going to get away with it, even though there's video cameras. And he knows there's video cameras because it's his old house. He installed those video cameras himself, right? It's... You get guys...
more Alexa cases. I love Alexa cases where people will say things and Alexa will catch it.
Oh, yes. And Alexa's a little spy.
I love those cases because it's just one more reminder to everyone. Don't put an Alexa in your house unless you don't mind the whole world hearing what you have to say.
I think if I ever get an Alexa
anywhere near you,
it's going to go into a soundproof box with a recording just to play it random bullshit.
You're like white noise deception. You don't know what's actually happening in our house.
It'll just watch random YouTube videos and feed those to the Alexa.
Oh, it should watch your YouTube videos and feed it to the Alexa. And then that way the Alexa keeps playing your YouTube videos, and then tell the Alexa to reset your router every 5 minutes. So you get a different IP address, and just make sure that you change it from static to what is it? Whatever,
dynamic?
The flexible one. Dynamic. Yeah. And so then that way it's refreshing your IP and you get extra views.
I don't think I could make that happen enough to be significant. And also, I don't want to get my channels struck down.
Yeah. Don't listen to Scammy Danny. I'm not saying that we would do that, YouTube. I'm saying hypothetically in Minecraft, that could be a thing.
I would probably instead just be, I'd probably connect it to I don't know, some random kids program or whatever else. Just connect it to Breaking Bad.
Ooh.
And, then they're pulling it and it's crap, he's dealing meth.
I mean, it's a really great alibi if you actually are dealing meth. I just to watch Breaking Bad, and this Alexa just thought I was doing drugs. I don't know.
And this chemistry equipment was ornamental.
Part of my job. I'm a hobbyist, okay? What are you going to do? Put people in jail for having hobbies? What kind of country is this?
So more on the Kouri Richins there, because they're going to drop some argument bombs here that are just great. It is well settled that an inmate does not have a reasonable expectation of privacy inside a correctional institution. And Yeah, I think that one's fairly obvious. They can search your crap if you're there. They can listen to your calls. They can, in some circumstances, strip search you. If you don't have a
Gravity
reasonable
search you if you're
expectation,
not good.
if you don't have a reasonable expectation for your butthole, you don't have a reasonable expectation for any of privacy for anything. So,
Quote Runkle of the Bailey.
this applies to pretrial detainees. Further, a pretrial detainee's non-privileged outgoing mail is admissible in evidence. Non-privileged
Ooh.
means it's not lawyer missives. That's the only thing that's privileged, is I was sending a letter to my lawyer. In accordance with this, well, there are some potential other exceptions, but yeah. In accordance with this well-settled law, the Summit County Sheriff's Office has internal policies and procedures about the conduct and frequency of searches inside the jail. These policies provide that evidence of criminal activity may be seized. Now, I'll note they actually filed those policies, but they filed them under seal. And the reason why they're under seal is because you better believe that inmates would love to know the policies about the frequency and conduct of searches, right?
Mm-hmm.
They will never tell you how often they search. But I can tell you some aspect of it. It's partially random. Like they will literally plug into a computer and it'll say search cells X through whatever. And like it'll give them a list. And the reason why is because they don't want the situation where a guard is like, oh yeah, we're not going to bother searching Teddy's cell. He's a complete, pushover. And then he's actually dug a tunnel to, the sewer lines. You just, they put in random searches because, of course. And I'm not giving away anything you can use there because I'm just giving away stuff that will ruin your day if you are in custody. So Lisa Darden and Ronald Darden have been identified as witnesses in this proceeding, both by the state and the defense. The letter indicates that defendant has been soliciting and attempting to induce them to testify or inform falsely. The court routinely orders the criminally accused not to contact victims and witnesses to protect witnesses from inappropriate influence and to protect the integrity of the judicial process. This happens all the time, but it's not usually like your mom. But like, if Danny goes and robs a liquor store, they will probably put conditions on her to say, you can't contact the liquor store clerk. You can't contact the guy who was in the back buying bread, who saw stuff. Like, you can't contact these people to be like, hey, the person who did this had black hair, right? Because, that would...
Can I copyright strike the store owner's video footage and maybe make a little bit of cash on the side? Just kidding. That's also a violation of YouTube's policies. Don't do that.
That would be funny, but...
like a certain defendant in Colorado who literally did that. But we'll talk about that. That's another case. That's a fun case. We should talk about that sometime.
That's a fun one. I'm just surprised that they just put it as like, I want the money from it and not just like, please take down.
Yeah, no. So this was before the takedown policies that they have now. And it's partially due to this individual in Colorado who went on a crime spree for the clout to increase his YouTube subscribership.
Oh God.
Yeah, this is a real thing. Someone in the chat back me up. I know I'm not making stuff up. This is a real case. Anyway.
If I was a judge and I heard that somebody was committing crimes for YouTube or for TikTok or whatever else, I'd be like, well, your sentence is going way up because, at the end of the day, you have got to be deterred from encouraging other people to do this stuff. Now,
Sorry,
I'll differentiate.
Super chats.
Oh God. We'll have to...
It's about Alexa, and it makes me want to talk about Alexa a few times more because I'm a horrible person.
We'll get to the super chats at the end of this document. We'll do a super chat round, and then we'll look at the letter itself.
Okay, then I will shut up so that we can get through this.
All right. So the defendant's letter speaks for itself, and we will look at it. It documents in the defendant's own handwriting her attempt to induce her brother to testify falsely. The letter establishes that the defendant trusts that her brother will testify falsely and that her mother will facilitate his false testimony. These are like, they're practicing their closing arguments here and their cross-examination arguments. And, ooh, that's devastating. Tell Ronald I need him to do this. Moreover, it establishes that the defendant is willing to witness tamper through a third party. That the defendant hid the letter in a book and showed another now missing letter to her mother over a video call further indicates that she understands the wrongfulness of its content and purpose. Ooh. To protect the integrity of this proceeding, it is imperative that the defendant have no contact with Lisa Darden or Ronald Darden while this matter is pending. The defendant's conduct in drafting and hiding the letter establishes her intent to witness tamper. Her reliance on Lisa Darden and Ronald Darden suggests their predisposition to tampering. Why would you reach out to somebody if you didn't know that they might actually go along with it, right?
Yep. And this is a quick way to get rid of Lisa and Ronald as credible witnesses.
Oh, they're going to be their value.
They're gutted. It's done.
Their value in front of a jury is going to be zero.
Oh, did your sister tell you to say this?
Yeah.
Oh, is that what really happened? Or did your daughter ask you to talk about this?
Yeah. Oh, she's got witness, like, and even Kouri Richins, like, oh yeah. And you were willing to have other witnesses lie. So you're almost certainly willing to lie yourself, right? Kouri Richins is of zero value as a witness at this point. Her friends, her family, zero value as a witness. Anybody who might like her is of zero value as a witness now.
Which no one does, according to everyone I know. So,
well, that's the thing is, you get a charge like this, all your friends evaporate.
Yeah. Well, my understanding is her friends evaporated a long time ago because based on the evidence that I've seen and on the case that they're presenting, she strikes me as the very passive aggressive, smile in your face, stab you in the back, right in front of you, stab you in the back type witches, and then laugh about it and say it's not that big of a deal. You're overreacting.
Which is basically the narcissism playbook, right?
Oh yeah, she's all of those things. So,
and those kinds of people tend to they make friends fast because they're very good at feeding people what they want to hear about themselves. But they also burn through friends fast. And so what you end up seeing is this thing where people sort of cycle through friends and they run out of friends very quickly. And depending on how big of a city they're in, really depends on how long they can keep that up. But even in a big city, like Edmonton is medium-sized at best. But even if you go someplace like, Washington, D.C., or San Francisco, big cities, right? New York, you're going to have certain things you enjoy doing, right? The kinds of people you like to be around. Maybe you like the theater, maybe you like the arts, maybe you like hockey, whatever it is you like doing. Those are the people you tend to form. And eventually these people burn through all of the goodwill in those communities. And then they're stuck, right? Because they're in the
Meghan Markle.
Yeah.
That's a perfect example. And these, and I tend to say women, but it isn't exclusive to women. I've seen men do this too, obviously.
Oh yeah.
It's so obvious when it's, murderous ex-wives.
But yeah, Meghan Markle.
It's obvious to me at least, but I also am a really good person to sniff out actual narcissism. I have clients come to me all the time and be like, oh yeah, my ex is a narcissist. I would say maybe 10 out of 10 times. I'm pretty sure in the 90s, they would have said he was a sociopath or she was a sociopath, right? When that was the key phrase, or trauma bonded, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, in terms of actually sniffing out real narcissists, I'm really good at it because I'm a little bit of a narcissist myself. And whenever I steal the spotlight from these people, they get real ticked off. and I'm immediately their enemy. So,
and that's the thing is if you that's one sort of sign or way to detect that is if you have somebody and you could take them out of the view, then if they start freaking out and like fighting to get back in there, then yeah, that can be a big sign. But yeah, I mean, Meghan Markle, if you assume she is a narcissist, which, I'm not going to get too deep into this one. Terrible mistake to go into a very small fish pond. Because if you're sitting there and like, the royal family's how big?
yeah, I mean, I sympathized with her at first because I frankly wouldn't want to raise my kids in the royal family, given the track record of the royal family and their children involvement with children. However, that being said, even then, you understand when you're marrying into that position, it's a position you're marrying into a role.
Yeah.
And it's much more than just mother and wife and, daughter-in-law. There's something more to that. And it's a job. It's a full-time job. And if you're not up for the job, you probably shouldn't marry in. But she thought she was because she was a little Hollywood starlet and thought, oh, this is just going to be like, everything I've done before. I'll show up, I'll smile, I'll call some people a racist because that's what's in vogue right now in Hollywood, and I'll get everyone's attention, and I'll be the next princess. And so things were going well when everyone's eyes were on her. But as soon as she actually had to start doing things and all of the media attention wasn't, focused on her, that's when things started to go south pretty quick.
I will admit I was going to give them serious props when it looked like their plan was to just say, you know what? The monarchy is toxic. We're out. Peace out. We're going to just be our own people in the middle of nowhere. And that's it. And if that's what they'd done and said, you know what? It's time for the monarchy to not be a thing. We don't want anything to do with it. Like this whole dog and pony show. We're just going to go be private citizens and I would have been like, fuck yeah,
Yep.
do your thing. But they're like, they keep trying to claw their way back in and like desperate for this status to mean something. And I'm like,
The
nah.
clout chasers now. It's nasty. It's like, what? Wait a second. So they're showing their true colors, right? Which is, I want attention. I want the benefits of being famous and rich and powerful, but zero responsibility for my actions, which is, I mean, grade A narcissism right there. Mwah, mwah. I love it. I love it. I eat narcissists for breakfast because they're so easy to read. You know what they're going to do next. It's almost, it's a playbook. It really is. I think you said it best. It's the narcissist playbook.
Yeah. And this is, but how are they going to make money? They can't work a regular job. They need to pay bills. You know who?
OnlyFans exists.
I wasn't going to go there, but I was going to say there are a lot of people who were like big celebrities or big sports players who blew through all of their money and end up their life working at like Walmart or wherever else. They could absolutely hold down a regular job. Like Meghan Markle could have said, you know what? I'm just going to go and just focus on my acting career.
Yep.
Like, that's all I'm going to do. And yeah, I mean, so yeah. MC Hammer is, have you heard of the MC Hammer example?
No, but for anybody who's giving me a hard time about my OnlyFans comment, keep in mind that the only reason Kim Kardashian and the entire Kardashian clan is famous today is because of one leaked sex tape. So
yeah.
Come at me. Let's go. Let's go. Get my hair back. Just kidding. Anywho, let's read the letter.
So they're asking for a no contact order and so the letter also instructs Lisa Darden to tell the defendant's friends what to say, but this appears to be referring to a Good Morning America interview defense counsel allegedly arranged. Please tell Chelsea to bring up, tell Kelsey to say, have Selma talk about, have Ali talk about. So they're saying that's not witness tampering because it's not about testifying. It's just about misleading the public.
Right.
So let's do super chats here, and then we will we'll sort of move on here. So swoop. Um,
Oh, you have a hammock in your backyard and a purpose.
oh, the hammock is fantastic. Um, the hammock is wonderful. It is what. So the one day I was sitting here, I was working on some legal writing, and I was just like, I hate this so much. And then I was like, wait a minute, I have a laptop, I have a hammock. And so I went out and I was typing, laying down in the hammock with the laptop in my lap and a drink. We got these little things that you can spike into the dirt and that will hold like a can of pop or something.
Oh,
And
nice.
so I had like a drink sitting in that, and it was just like, you know what? I still have the same amount of work to do, and but now I'm enjoying it. So
I love drink stand idea. That sounds like a you know what? I think I'm gonna work from home tomorrow because I screwed up something that I don't want to face in the office. And somehow I feel like it's gonna feel a lot better if I just do it at home. It wasn't a screw up. It's just I need to get shit done. That's all.
a hammock plus like a little drink stand is
Oh,
really nice. It's really really pleasant. So super chats. Um, so I see Russell should not have been playing with a 16-year-old when he was 31. We will get to that story, but that one is a mess. And it is going to be a lot of people fighting with each other in the chat, I suspect. Please don't fight with each other. Please, we can all disagree respectfully. I'll give you some of my thoughts on that one when we get there, which will probably be after spicy time, which is at the 2-hour mark. We'll miss this one because life happens. Feel free to catch it on replay if you can, but if not, life does happen. Aislinar, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Megan Brogdon, thank you as well. Aislinar is saying, may I inquire as to where I might purchase for my border collie a dog harness like Potter and Zora have? We just got ours at like the pet store. We just keep the dogs in the harnesses because it's easier. You don't have to fight with them to get the harness on when they're going somewhere. And now they like the harnesses. So if they're not in their harnesses, they're like, where's my harness?
I'm
need
just
my
so
harness.
impressed this person can keep their border collie in a harness or any type of restrictive anything. Like, congratulations to you. Because when I had my border collie, I had one of those retractable leashes that was a spring leash because there was no other way I would make this dog stop pulling. But she was a rescue. So, but anyway, congratulations. Border collies are great dogs. Super high energy.
Yeah, no. And yeah, I mean, Zora is a bouncy dog. She did not like the harness at first, but we were like, you wear the harness. And now she's just like, I wear the harness. So, although
Now they're
she
never
has,
nudes.
yep, that's pretty much it. She's always in the, she actually gets weirded out if she's not in it. And she's like, but the harness, where's my harness?
Oh.
So, Casey McCloy says both my favorite silver-haired people. Awesome.
Yay.
Rachel Duix is looking forward to tonight's stream. Hi, Danny. In the wave.
Hi, Rachel.
Tiffany A says, hi, Ian and Danny. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
I don't know if there is such a thing as a happy Monday, but we try our best. Kelly GB says, Ian and Danny, love you. Amazing people and channel. Awesome.
We love you too.
Summer Butterfly
Sorry,
says,
I went full commie just there. I'm like, we love you too. I love you.
it's all good. Summer Butterfly says, hello, Runkle and chat. Excellent. Unnamed Firestorm, welcome to the welcome. Thank you for the YouTube membership there. Pat says, also, when a dealer gets popped, ODs go up as clients find sources they're not used to. Yep. They have pills that look the same but way stronger. Yep.
Yep.
the war on drugs has been a failure if the metric is not having people die.
Yep.
So it just is what it is. It guarantees that there are inconsistent dosages and so forth. It makes it pretty much impossible for somebody to be addicted to drugs safely. So, and getting
It also
more
makes it
impossible.
near impossible to get clean, because if you can't afford rehab and you can't afford the resources that ought to be, in my opinion, made available. But
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I've said this before and I'll say it again. My preferred model would be legalize the drugs, take all of the money, which is huge money,
huge money.
that we spend on enforcement. And when I say
Yep.
huge money, I mean like we have helicopters for this, we have tanks for this, we have tactical teams, we have all of this stuff that probably would be far less needed if we didn't have this whole war on drugs thing. Giant
Yep.
surveillance networks, giant all of this. And then you take that giant stack of money and you put it into treatment. And at that point, hopefully it's such that if you're addicted, you can just be like, you know what? I'm going to walk into the treatment facility and sign myself up for a bed tonight. And, and they'd just be like, okay, well, come on in, sir. That would be the ideal. Where
I'm also in favor of upping the penalties for DWIs and DUIs if you're caught with drugs in your system, and or lowering the alcohol limit. But, and I know everybody's gonna hate me for that, but if we're gonna legalize, there's got to be some kind of trade-off. So I actually appreciated that my state legislature, which is very backwards when it comes to alcohol legislation, I actually like the program that we have here, which was, let's up the alcohol limit on beers, because it was 3.2, which is insane. No one else in the world, I think, had that level of alcohol.
No, that's
requirement.
I'm drinking a drink right now that is 5.2%.
Right. But they lowered the DUI blood limit standard here. So now it's hard. It's a hard trade-off, because people like me who've always been responsible drinkers are now scared to drive at all, regardless of how much I've drank.
And I mean, I'm careful. I will drive if I've had a drink with dinner. I will not drive if I've been drinking on an empty stomach. If you're at a friend's house and you're like, well, I haven't eaten, but I'll put a couple of drinks away. I won't do that. Or if I've had several drinks with dinner, it's like, nope. And I've left my car behind at places. Like I've walked into a restaurant again. Like I walked out of a restaurant, looked at my car, was like, shit, I got to leave that behind. Walked back in, was like, here's my license plate. Please don't tow me. I will be back for this tomorrow, but I don't want to drive it out of your lot. And they're like, you got it. I've never had a place give me shit over that.
Yeah.
There's also services where I am that will, where they'll drive a person out to drive you in your own car home. It's a little more expensive than a taxi for obvious reasons.
Those are amazing. We don't have that here.
Yeah, it's
we have
fantastic.
it in Korea, though. It's very common.
Yeah. Oh, and this is an interesting sort of, dogs getting high cases have increased 700% in states where legal recreational pot, according to the news. People dropping edibles, dogs find them and scarf them. I can tell you part of this will be more people consuming edibles, because I can tell you my dog is way more likely to eat a gummy bear that falls on the ground than they are to eat something like, I don't know,
green.
This thing.
Can you show that on YouTube, Runkle?
I can, so long as it's legal in my area, is the rule.
I see. So I can't show anything, but I also don't have anything because I am in a jurisdiction where it is illegal.
Yeah, but here where it's legal, but the dog is less likely to eat that weird, whatever. They're less likely to eat a stinky joint or, whatever else. But the other thing is that people are a lot more willing to report to their vet. So let's say, if it's illegal in your area and your dog eats like, a pot brownie, you're probably just like, well, I hope the dog's okay, but I'm not doing however many years in jail over this
Yeah,
dog.
okay. Can I just say
So
something here? This is what pisses me off. First of all, you're not a bad dog owner if your dog happens to get into your stash. Second of all, THC toxicity and the way that they talk about it online, I would challenge you to actually go and look at the studies, because in all of the cases that there is a specific level of THC that is required in order for your dog to A, get sick, and then B, die as a result of. And the reason that your dog gets sick and could potentially die from it is a decreased heart rate and heart rhythm. I'm not saying it's ethical for your dog to give your dog edibles. I'm not saying it's ethical for your dog to get high. Okay. But what I am saying is that just like human beings, dogs have different altered perceptions of reality. It's not safe to give your dog an edible because, one, they could end up biting you because the paranoia aspect is as real for dogs as it is for you. Two, it's again, I don't think it's necessarily ethical to take an animal that can't consent and put them into an altered state of being, even though it's hilarious. Let's be honest.
I will
Still
say there are some funny videos of high dogs.
dude, my dog, when we went to Vegas, I did not partake, but my brother-in-law may or may not have had something available. The dog may or may not have sniffed a little off the edge, just off the edge. Now, my brother-in-law claims, swears that that none of it got into the dog. Okay, I turn around and I know that like the portion of gummy, I looked and I was like, maybe he got some. We're playing tug of war, and I just see my dog like his eyes start to glaze over. He just becomes fascinated by me, and the tug of war game is no longer of interest. And he just kind of lays back, and I'm like, my dog's dying. And so the reason I did all this research is because I thought my dog was going to die. Because if you go online and type in dog THC going to die, the answer from the ASPCA is yes, your dog will die. That's not necessarily true. Don't panic. But yeah, it's better in a legal jurisdiction because you're more likely, as I was, to take your dog into the vet and have them checked out.
Yeah.
It turned out my dog was fine.
So I suspect that the percentages go way up when people are not risking jail. It's just more reports as opposed to necessarily more, So yeah, I think that it's a lot of the reporting factor that's on that. But
yeah, I am tired of driving in legalized jurisdictions because they're really, really, really bad driving. But I'm also really pissed off by drivers here who sit on their phones because it's the same as being reckless anyway. So
yeah, no, that's
yeah. Pay attention when you're in the car, people. Put your phones down. Don't be high. Don't do drugs. Don't drink alcohol. Be good people. Take good care of yourselves. If you want to do it in the privacy of your own home, I don't care.
Oh, and this is a question for you. Torin3 is asking, Danny, I'm starting your belt braid tomorrow. Silk is waiting for pickup at the post office. How long do you want me to make it?
Oh, however long this belt is, I guess. Hold on, maybe there's measurements here. One of the most annoying things about female fashion is the lack of measurements.
Oh, it's just like size large, and large means nothing?
Yeah, or size small, and small means nothing. And I have a feeling this might be one of those cases. Yeah, it says
or
US small.
Or size
In
8.
Canada, I'm P. Canada, not Canada.
Yeah. Hey, I reckon. But it'll be like size 8, and it's like, okay, you're trying to buy something for your spouse. That's like, what size do you wear? Size 8 of this brand, size 10 of this brand. It's like, what the hell? You need like a book with like charts and calculations and various other things. It's like, it's crazy.
Torin, I'll send you a message, but I'm guessing this is at least 2 feet, so 24 inches, plus about another maybe 8, so 32 inches.
All right,
but
I will let you.
Let's be safe and do 34 inches just in case Danny's bad at measuring, which is a really, really high likelihood. But I also want this to sit on my waist and not have a ton of like space. So I guess I should be just measuring my waist.
Nobody ever complains about a few extra inches. All right, moving on. Um, Valerie C says celery is best in a Bloody Mary. I agree. Um, Lindsay G says, sorry, I came in late. Are you saying insurance companies won't pay out life insurance proceeds if there are drugs and alcohol involved? It really depends on the nature of the policy and sometimes the nature of how you died. So, yeah, insurance and whether they will or will not pay out is bound by the contract as well as limitations on those contracts that apply in different legal jurisdictions. So that's a complicated topic. As someone who's grown it, celery has an amazing, strong flavor, but only when it's fresh, not the dead watered crap from the grocery store. Interesting.
I guess maybe I need to up my celery branding.
Maybe I want to set up like a hydroponic garden in my garage. But
Ooh, do it.
Lindsay says avocados taste like dirt, like celery with stuffed peanut butter, hummus, ranch, but not on its own. Same with carrots and broccoli. I had some garden carrots yesterday, and they were so damn good.
Ooh, I love fresh garden carrots. They're so sweet and tasty.
Oh, and they just make So Cookie Mon Steve says, good evening all. Nice to see Danny here as well. It is. It's been too long. Veronica, Danny must be the one reading the letter.
Oh my gosh, I have to.
We can make that happen. Kelly's Corner, agree. Danny just reading Karen voice. Nice. Joe Loy, thank you for the super chat, which I think was testing that super chats work. Here for years, super chats are good. Hi, Danny. Forever Cuber says test. Looks like things got working. Chris Mullen, 1 year. Thank you, Chris. That's much appreciated. Kristen M96, super chat thing has been going stupid for a few weeks. Open another browser window, and that tends to help. I've had to do that several times. Oof.
Oh.
The Way of the Wind. Will you challenge C21 in court after Royal Assent? I am already considering possible challenges and which things I can try to poke at. So C21 is a gun ban provision that they're putting in. Another one, because Trudeau keeps falling in the polls, so he's got to ban more guns.
I was going to say you could just move to the States, but New Mexico's not a great indicator that things are going to be much better here. Hopefully not. Hopefully people stand up and fight back. But
well, I mean, did you read
peacefully YouTube?
Did you read the decision where that got smacked down in the temporary restraining order?
Well, as it should. I knew it wasn't going to survive like any muster after a second, but it shocked me how long the New York bans were in place. So.
Oh, well, Bruin has really made a lot of noise on that one. And I feel like they did it so blatantly wrongly that it was just an absolute
gong show. It was unconstitutional on its face. So if you have unconstitutional laws on its face, it's out. I think she was trying to hide behind the fact that it was going to be essentially an edict and not necessarily a statute. I don't know what she was thinking. People are dumb. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, no,
dumb governor.
I don't know. It's it was weird, but I went over that on a previous live stream. It is its own weird thing there. Chris Mullen, thank you very much for the super sticker. Much appreciated. Lynn Britton, Hubs and I celebrate 41st anniversary, September 27th. Congratulations. That is an amazing achievement. I'm glad you guys found each other. I'm glad that you guys have stayed together the whole time. I'm sure that there have been ups and downs and moments of joy and moments of putting up with each other. And I'm glad you guys have stuck with it through the whole ride. I can say my marriage has had both, moments where it's like, this is stress, and moments where it's like, this is wonderful. But on balance, absolutely. Somebody asked me a while back, like, if you could go back in time and like, what would you change? And I'm like, why would I risk this?
Yeah.
Like, why would I risk this messing around back in time? Nope. Nope. England DG says, two elves, I'm filing a prenup. Catherine Fraser says, I do suspect there was drug use on Eric's part. And the thing
Probably
is
some.
that may be possible. There is a lot of drug use amongst the wealthy and powerful.
There's a lot of drug use, period, especially here in Utah because it is, so illegal. But there's also like secret groups. It's almost like a bonding experience. It's like, hey, you know my secret, I know yours, right? So there's that element here that's really strong.
I find there's this like weird sort of U-shaped thing where there's a lot of drug use on sort of the poorest, most desperate use a ton of drugs because why? You got to have something to get away from how much your life sucks. And sometimes when your life really sucks, the only thing that'll do it is drugs. But the wealthy use a tremendous amount of drugs. And
in the middle class here now more so because the DEA came down on prescribed medication and prescribed painkillers. And so a lot of people have no choice at this point to get the medication they need. And when I say no choice, I mean, if you are a chronic pain patient, you have to see the same doctor every single time. If you move pharmacies even once, then the state will come down on the pharmacy and investigate the pharmacy. If you I mean, it's so insane. If the doctor doesn't prescribe you enough or the pharmacist doesn't actually distribute each and every pill and you're 2 days short, well, you're SOL because good luck trying to get an opioid to be, to send over the script again for an opioid for even a 2-day extension is damn near impossible. So it's here in, at least I've noticed it's really prevalent in the middle class now more than ever in the state of Utah.
The other thing that is really tragic is I've seen people getting robbed. So like they get their prescription, somebody breaks into their house and steals it, and then they're like, "Nah, we're not going to write you another script." That's insane because people really suffer when that happens. It's like, oh, do 20 days of withdrawal off your pain meds without pain meds, which you need because of some chronic condition. Yeah. Jack Harry says, thanks for covering the New Mexico band shenanigans. Oh, I'm sure there's going to be more shenanigans to come. DA, please don't open the letter. Me, 20 chicken nuggets.
That's
Love
funny.
it. DSN, thank you for the membership. Much appreciated. Here for years. Thank you for the member chat there, the member anniversary. England DG, and I will note, England DG comes around on Danny. I saw the super chats coming in saying,
Okay.
racist much, disappointing. This is why I wouldn't allow an emotional woman to be counsel for me. Jump to a conclusion off a statement that didn't even mention race. I mean, it did mention the workers from Mexico, the workers getting it from Mexico. And if I'm the prosecutor, do you not think that I would spin that as racist? I would be hinting that to a jury.
You know what?
If I was the prosecutor.
I'm so proud of this comment. Somebody thinks I actually care and that wasn't a joke. Like, if anything, thank you so much. I am now authorized to be the next HR director for our law firm. Thank you. Thank you, England.
Oh, Jakery too. Excellent. So, yeah, I mean, the thing is a comment like that, you have to be careful as to how it's going to be spun in front of a jury.
Oh, yeah.
And a prosecutor would absolutely try to spin that as she thinks Mexicans are an easy target. Yep. And you know why they would spin it like that? Because you're probably going to have a few on the jury.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely, especially in Summit County, for the very reason she mentioned. There are a lot of immigrants who've moved up to Summit County to fulfill roles there in tourism industry, in the tourism industry, in farming, etc. And you will get them on the jury, and some of them, I'll tell you what, going through the citizenship process in the United States is a nightmare and a half. And if you get even one of those in there and it says something like that, you're out. Like it literally looks like you are preying on vulnerable migrants who are working here and trying to get someone else to take the blame for your crap. It's a really bad look, regardless of who it was for. But yeah, that's how I would spin it 100%. This is
Yep.
just more, it's just more, another indicator that this woman doesn't care about anyone but herself.
Yeah,
And
and
she'll lie to throw anyone else under the bus rather than to take responsibility for her own actions.
it is a terrible, like, you don't give the other side ammunition.
Yep.
I have seen cops in interviews with accused start feeding them something like, hey, you know, so, they'll try to feed them something about maybe a black person did it. And the reason why they do that is because if you're the accused and you bite in on that line, now they've got you saying all sorts of racist crap that can be used against you, right? Do you really want to? This is the kind of thing police trick you into saying, don't put it into a letter on your own where literally nobody has to be, like, nobody's making you.
Or do. Unfortunately, death penalty's off the table in this case. So, whatever. This woman's going to be spending the rest of her life in jail anyway. So
The thing is, I'm not a believer in the death penalty.
that's okay.
In any circumstance. And I'm enough of a not believer in the death penalty that if they put me on a jury and the death penalty was a thing in my area, I'd be like, nah, they didn't do it. Be like, no, we literally have them on video, like, digging into this person's chest and eating their heart. I'm like, I don't know that that's a real video. It's like, the person got up on the stand and said, I totally killed that person and I like doing it. I'm like,
see, folks,
I don't have to believe them.
This is why you ask people their preferences about the death penalty before you put them on a jury. I'm very pro death penalty, but I do think that it's a jurisdictional issue. And most people who are anti-death penalty see it as a human rights violation and ergo not a jurisdictional issue. And because it's a violation of basic fundamental human rights. I disagree. But I think you have the human right to not be killed by your state government without just cause. I think, though, that
the problem is I don't think our government has ever been qualified to determine what just cause is.
Right. But if our government isn't, then no government is. And that's a
Correct.
very anti-death penalty stance. And I'm of the opinion that people have for centuries been able to be the arbiters of whether or not someone who basks in the glory of committing horrible, atrocious crimes against humanity, against my brothers and sisters out there. So, yeah, I think
I own a Rossi circuit judge. And it is about yay long. I'm trying to get yay long. The government here considers it a handgun.
Mm-hmm.
Until they can figure that out, they're not qualified to kill anybody. Because, yeah, I'm sorry. They don't know. If they don't know that, then they're just not qualified.
Yeah, but the state legislature and other legislatures make decisions on things they're not qualified to make decisions on all of the time, and things go fine. By and large, society operates without there being issues. Now, with the presumption of innocence, which is unique to our Constitution, there is even stronger reason not to be going around killing folks. However, that being said, if you're sitting in a jail cell bragging about the ways in which you tortured an innocent child to death, I have a really hard time telling that family of the victims that they cannot demand that this man's life is forfeited.
I'd say keep them in custody, but I would also say, you know what? They also have access to, if they want to take the exit route themselves, that's available to them in custody.
Oh, that's too kind. See, and that's the only time where I'm okay with no death penalty, is the idea that, great, now they get to suffer in jail for the rest of their lives. But because I'm pro-Constitution and anti-suffering in jail for the rest of your life, anti-torture, I'm pro-death penalty.
I'm just like, I'm fine with people making that choice for themselves, but I'm not fine with the government making it for them.
Yeah.
So we've
Yeah.
got.
I don't know. It's more of, from my perspective, a collective self-defense argument too. This idea that
we should do a panel and get Gosney in here, and who else? Yeah. Here for years is Ian and
I think
Danny.
I'm the only law tuber who may be pro death penalty.
I don't know. There might be. I was gonna say Rackets, but no, he's anti.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. Here for years is Ian and Danny. It's like watching a couple of Noldor elves talk law.
Thank you.
Michelle Legal says, "Do you have the defense's response to this?" I don't think they filed one yet. I wasn't able to find any response at this point. And we have England DG saying, "I critiqued Danny, but that was a good point." This is, you can see England DG coming around as as we go here.
Thank you.
Koru says, "Why would anyone want an Alexa in their house?" So you can watch a YouTube video and it can end up ordering something for you, like and I'm not going to finish it. Order 12 gallons of, sex lube.
Alexa, order 10 gallons of sex lube.
Oh God! Now there's going to be people.
Did you hear about the parrot that got in trouble for ordering for himself his treats on Alexa?
That is hilarious.
So it was hilarious because the owner woke up and kept seeing these orders for random Brazilian nuts or almonds and stuff, and they're like, "What is this?" Cat food.
Oh man, that is hilarious. Or the other thing of just Alexa playing, music you don't like because somebody mentioned it online.
One of my favorite videos is Alexa accidentally plays some classical music, and this little boy leans back, and he's maybe 3 or 4 years old. He goes, "You like this song, Mom?" And she goes, "Yeah, I do. It's very peaceful." And he starts stroking his chin. He goes, "It is. Think about that. Think about that while I think about you." And she goes, "Okay." And he goes, "Sure. We could bring Daddy too." And she goes, "Okay." And he goes, "We can bring everybody." It's the most beautiful little video. I'm like, oh my gosh, I hope I have a little philosophizing son. That's so cute.
So Thilo Agthe says, "Please stop saying Alexa. Mine keeps responding and she's confused." We will have to, England DG said, "She redeemed. I'm sorry I prejudged. She's really cool."
Aww.
That's why she's here.
Yay.
Mary Coppola, would you still want to defend her? Curious. I mean,
hell yeah. If she's going to pay me enough, you bet your bottom dollar. This is the easiest freaking 30 grand I'll ever make.
Oh, I would be charging her more than that.
Really?
At this point, yeah. We'll stop. So, yeah, no, I think this is more than a 30 grand file. There's going to be a lot of wiretaps. There's going to be a lot of everything and a lot of just wasted work because you're going to sit there spending hours researching a legal topic, and then she's going to write a letter in her cell block, and now you have to think up an entirely new defense.
Like the damn motion I drafted today. Anyway, yes. Yeah, wasted work is the bane of our existence. I agree with you.
The other thing I'm going to say is that defending the super guilty is the easiest thing you'll do in criminal defense.
That
was
my thought.
You have to put a lot of work into trying your best, but you try your best, and at the end of the day, it's low stress. Because at the end of the day, you're like, I try my best, and I know this person's getting convicted, and that's it, right? That's the end of it. And then, whereas defending the innocent sucks because you try your best and you stress like hell because this person must get acquitted because you believe they're actually innocent. People say, how do you sleep at night defending, whatever? It's like, I could defend the guilty all day and sleep like a baby. That's not a problem. But I still remember all of the clients who I thought were innocent who got convicted anyway. Those are the ones that'll keep you up at night. Those are the ones that'll like make you wake up in a cold sweat. It's not the guilty people. Guilty people are freaking easy. So, yeah.
Yeah.
What is it? Is there no expectation of privacy while in custody? And the guards had every right to go through her things when they came across the letter? Thanks. That's exactly it. Yep.
Yep.
They can
the butthole fest, according to Runkle.
Yeah, I mean, they can, in terms of stuff like just the letters, like just your personal effects, they can do that whenever they want, as often as they want. If they want to toss your cell 6 times a day, they can toss your cell 6 times a day. And they do sometimes. We're almost at the letter, people. I will speed through. Yep, totally retract my earlier comments about Danny. I'm sorry I was reacting too early. Messed up. Excellent responses, Danny.
You'll change your mind again as soon as I say something. Everybody changes their mind. I'm like...
Nicole has ADHD, says, thanks for making a crazy, busy Monday bearable. England DG says, here's the issue. It's pretty easy to be over 0.08, even if you drank the night before, but drank heavily the night before, at home or somewhere else. Well, then you probably shouldn't drive if you're that.
Yep.
But the thing is 0.08 does affect people differently. Yep. I had a guy who drank or who blew insanely high and was just not slurring, not unstable, not anything. And he was getting close to the point where most people would be dead.
I'm one of those people. And alcohol also doesn't hit me until much later. And so I can down about 10 to 15 shots of liquor and it has zero impact on me until late into the evening. And then suddenly 1 glass of wine later and I'm on the floor and I don't understand what happened. So I'm very cautious with my drinking as a result of that. That's why I don't drink ever before I drive, because I'm not a good measurement. Like counting my drinks and trying to time things out is not a good measurement of my sobriety.
I had a guy who drank like 2 bottles of vodka before he came into my office and was just like level. Like he could just, and you would never have known. I asked him, like, I could smell a little bit of alcohol in his breath, and I had asked him how much he had to drink, and he said 2. And I said, drinks? And he said, bottles. And the serious alcoholics are vodka, because it's just water and booze, right? No sugar to give you a headache, no anything. So Kristen M96 says, one of the towing companies here will pick you and your car up and deliver you home to keep you from driving drunk. That is awesome.
I like that.
Nicholas Starro says, hey, oh, baby bro and baby sis.
Oh, hi.
Lynn says, I just recently learned there is such a thing as a good Monday. Was released from the hospital after many, many tests over the weekend on a Monday. Nice.
Yay!
Congratulations and congratulations on your escape. It's a mystery says, same thing. It's mental escape. Rich people do drugs to escape the mundane. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a point where you just get bored.
Lawyers do drugs to escape life.
Oh, and just sometimes to do more work.
Yep.
I had a very
drafting themselves.
Well, I had a very wise senior lawyer said, if you ever feel tempted to start like consuming substances so that you can work more, and that substance is anything harsher than caffeine, you need to readjust your life.
Agreed.
And I'm like, yep, because
Yeah, I'm all about sustainability. That's my focus when I take on caseloads. I say, can I actually sustain what I am doing for a year? If I can't, then I need to decrease the number of cases I'm taking.
Well, and I have some people who get annoyed because they're like, I can't find you online. And it's like, I have more things to do than I have time. So yeah, it's hard to find me because I don't need the extra files.
Anyone in the chat who's saying, I heard lawyers do a lot of Adderall, that's a given. That's like the baseline. Lawyers do a lot of coke.
Yeah. I've always said that if you like locked down the courthouse and searched every lawyer and every judge, you would find a lot more drugs than you think you would.
There's a reason why most firms don't require a PP test.
Yeah. And it's partially just because when you get to a certain level of prestige and comfort in life, they stop asking you to piss in a cup.
Yep.
Um,
because it's assumed and
yeah,
everybody's dirty. And yeah, judges too. Absolutely judges. Yeah. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I did not know. No, I'm not going to disclose this. No, I will say that the only time that drugs have been propositioned to me as an adult have been from other attorneys. That's what I'll say.
I have had other lawyers push very hard, like very hard suggestions that I, you know, yeah, that I consume, some sort of substance.
The peer
So
pressure is kind of real. And it's sad too, because the only way to kind of get people off your back, it feels like, is to say, I'm an alcoholic, especially when it goes to drinking. Because, like, if I tell people, oh, I have gout, so if I even have like one shot, I'll pay for it the next day and the day after and the day after, people don't get it. But if instead I just say, oh, I'm an alcoholic, which I'm not, but let's say I was, regardless, I just say, oh, I'm an alcoholic. And then suddenly they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. And you're like, bitch, you were just trying to shovel that down my throat like 5 seconds ago when I said no the first time. Anyway, folks, when no means no, okay? No means no. That's all I have to say about that.
yeah, and I know I haven't done it myself. I just tell people like, no, not interested. And thankfully, I've got a bit of a reputation as a bit of a nerd, so it's a lot easier to swing on that. But I have told people like, listen, I'm not interested in the, in doing this, but I know people who have said like, listen, I'm an alcoholic or I'm a former addict, just like lying about it just so that they could get out of things.
Yep.
And Boppet says, for pup snacks, us hounds stick together. England DG says, I think that any assault should have the threat of death. Once someone assaults someone else, they have shown that they don't care about the life of others, so why should we care about theirs? Assault is such a wide category. Like if I throw a paper plane at somebody, that could be an assault.
If you blow smoke in their face.
Yep.
If you grab their walking cane.
Yep.
Or their hat.
Her defense attorneys must be crapping themselves after discovering this letter, trying in another browser to see if it goes through. I don't know if they're crapping themselves or just
getting
like
another drink at the bar and taking it easy. They're like, you know what?
Yeah, they're probably sitting there together.
You just roll with the punches, right?
They're probably sitting there. Both of them have like a glass of scotch, and they're like, and somebody's like, we need to get another 10,000 in the retainer.
Yep. It's kind of like when you find out that your client is pregnant in the middle of mediation and you just go, okay.
Yep.
Well, let's get some facts going. And you just reassess and you just move forward.
And so yeah. Yellow Pill 17 regarding narcotic pain meds. I have patients that have to schedule vacations trips around when they can get refills, so they have enough the whole time. Can't refill them early, unlike other meds.
Yep.
All right, I've got some serious connection hiccups.
Oh no! Do you want to do the next one? I'll read it. I have my glasses on today.
Hopefully this will help. We'll see. Studying for legal transcription license, came across the term non serviam in the terminology document. No example was given. How is it used in the law? I've never actually seen that used in the law. So now I'm having to Google it because...
Google it. Let's all learn together. I love learning together. This is so much fun because there are so many words I learn by doing this on YouTube. I'm not even joking.
It's not a legal maxim. It's a religious maxim. It means I will not serve, and the phrase is traditionally associated to Satan.
Oh.
It's a statement of rebellion.
I'm going to start saying that now whenever anybody tries to serve me with legal papers.
Yeah, no kidding. So
Interesting.
I can't find you online. When you specialize and do it long enough, you can trade off your name. You don't need to advertise online. The only people who do are Middlescape. I mean, lots of people advertise online. I do too much free crap. I just don't have enough time in my day. And yeah. Brittany Lynn says, I got scammed for $2,600 over the weekend. Oh my God. I am so sorry.
I'm so sorry, Brittany. That's the worst.
The neurodivergent counselor says, I appreciate both of y'all and make me think and ponder. Plus, y'all made my sucky day better. Also, Danny, your excitement for others makes my heart happy. It is one of the most adorable reactions.
Yay, that makes me so happy to hear.
And England DG says, okay, law nerds, not assault battery. A battery could be a push.
It could be a
battery could be flicking someone's ear.
A battery could be performing surgery on someone, but not disclosing that you also did these other things that they hadn't consented to while they were under, like, I don't know, removing an appendix when it wasn't actually necessary. That is also a battery.
Yep. All sorts of things can be, whatever else. So, yeah. It's just, it just is what it is. All right. Let's, cover the member chat or the memberships here quickly. Rachel Duick, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Pants, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Ryanman YYC, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Fiona W, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. DSN, thank you for 1 gifted membership. Manders 13, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. And now we will do we've got another thing. It's not quite a swoop to play, but we are past the 2-hour mark. And I see, what about letters in different languages or in code? They will bring in a translator, and if necessary, they will bring in somebody to break your code. Any code that you are capable of doing in your cell block, they are probably capable of breaking without too much trouble. People are bad at ciphers, so you probably are not capable of doing any of the significant ciphers that would actually be meaningful in your head. So let's bring up another document here.
Walk the dog. What is that? What is that code for, do you think? I think it's hilarious. From now on, I'm not doing the walk the duck dance or whatever it's called. I will now call it the walk the dog dance from here on out. For anybody who's unaware, everybody who's watching, I'm going to grift. Go check out my channel. If I get $100 super chat, I do a $100 super chat dance, and you can even pick the song.
I've got special what is it, swoops for 50 or 100. Also, if there's a $100 super chat, I will absolutely take a pull of hot sauce because, yeah.
Is that Take?
What's that?
What does that say right there?
But take vague notes so you remember.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
I think walk the dog is probably just big letters so that it could be seen on the camera. That's my suspicion. But there's lots of people who will guess about this. And the thing is the walk the dog thing, the jury's going to be debating that, right? The jury's going to be like, what does walk the dog mean?
I think it just means, when you're playing with the yo-yo and you like stroll it on the ground, that's called walking the dog, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So
walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember. She wrote that out so it looks kind of like bukkake, but that's not what she was saying. So Sky is saying, even if the gummies have fentanyl in them, the prosecutor will say, I tried to put the fentanyl in the gummies. So
Sky
Eric
is
would
her attorney, by the way.
Oh, okay. Stupid, I know, but that's what she's thinking. We will still test them, though. However, she wants to link Eric getting drugs and fins from Mexico.
Pills. Drugs and pills from Mexico.
Drugs and pills from Mexico. So we need some kind of connection.
Oh my gosh, this is so dumb. This is so dumb. She's literally saying, hey, this is our litigation strategy. So we were right. This was the litigation strategy, was to say, this was defense's strategy. Hey, these drugs and pills, he was already getting them from Mexico. Okay, this wasn't abnormal for him.
Her private investigator is doing some research on the ranch/cartel place Eric would stay at. Here's what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. So she's trying to. Here's the other problem.
She's
now her
trying
lawyer
to create fake evidence to lie to her own attorney. And if this was my client, I'd drop her like a hot potato. I don't do lying clients. Done. I don't do clients that lie, because I could lose my license if I presented this in front of the court and they were, found out to be perjurers, because we have a duty and obligation to actually look into our clients' claims and to validate them and verify them for ourselves first before we present them in front of the court.
Well, and if this is my client, now I can't believe anything my client tells me.
Yep.
Like,
I'd
hey,
fire in a heartbeat.
Yep, gone.
Gone.
And the chat is absolutely telling me that what is it that you need to read from here? So upon information and belief.
This is great. You know that she's like arguing with her attorney every time her attorney gives her advice, being like, okay, well, I want it to say this. So upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico, from the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me, because I'm assuming it says probably he told me not to tell me, or told you not to tell me, because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of the kids. Oh my gosh, this bitch. Ooh, could you imagine her as opposing party in a divorce case?
Yeah. I would love to be the opposing counsel on whatever file she's on.
Oh my gosh. There are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor and in his chair. Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know why it'd be a war truck. Okay. That he keeps oh my gosh. So she's literally saying, hey, this is where he kept it. And hey, this is what he needs to say. I am just astounded. Anyway, keeps it in his work truck so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted.
And now I got to scroll.
Anyone to know he had an issue, especially to get caught. He always wanted Carrie to go down for him. What the hell?
For him or
for him? Like he wanted me to take the fall. That's what I want you to say. I want you to tell the jury, Ronnie, that my husband was out for me and he wanted me to take the fall for him if he ever got caught, so that he could get the kids, even though he's a lazy bum who gets freaking high on the freaking carpet every night. And I have the pictures to prove it. When they travel this, by the way, end quote, that was Danny ad-libbing there. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Carrie's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That way, if they were caught, Carrie would get in trouble and not him. Once they got to wherever they were going, Eric would then pull the drugs out of her bag and it would cause a huge fight. She was pissed. He would risk her going to jail for his drug use.
Wow, this is an elaborate story.
This is very detailed. He just would laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Carrie has never done any type of pills, didn't like them. Rarely would she consume consume THC, only if Eric begged her because it was a special occasion. This is such bullshit. Oh my gosh. Okay, and my perspective from Utah, okay, I'll just throw this out here. It's not uncommon in LDS families for a special occasion to be the reason why the priesthood holder would instruct his wife or beg for his wife to join him in committing some kind of sin.
Right. I think that's not just LDS. I think that's everywhere.
Everywhere.
Like, hey,
okay,
it's my
so that's
birthday.
Not
You'll do X, right? I think that's fairly common.
Oh, it's nasty. Anyway, I hope the voice distinction is clear because I'm really trying to I'm trying to get it the flow right because it's very different than Sarah Boone's case. Sarah Boone's letter was completely different. This is someone who is conniving, who's planned this out to the degree that she has been taking photos of her husband asleep and claiming that he was passed out from drugs.
Yeah.
I have no doubt she actually was taking these staged photos, and that's so disturbing to me. Anyway, special occasion. Reward this, however, or reward. Wait, what? Reward this, however, he needs to make the point. Reword. Sorry.
Yeah.
Just reward this, however he needs to make the point. Just include it at all. Like just include it all. Just make sure it's all in there. Okay. He can say whatever he wants, but I want to make sure it gets in there. Okay. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs. Ronnie will have the messages to prove Eric confided in him about getting high. It can be short and to the point, but has to be done. I wonder if she didn't either plant messages on using his phone or if she wasn't like surveilling his phone every time he fell asleep.
I don't know. I mean,
because I'm willing to bet that these text messages are real.
And the thing is if what is it? If we go here and we say, you know what, this is like that. This is real, like that. This actually happened. She's destroyed her case. Like this, if this connection is the real thing, then she has just ensured a wrongful conviction. I don't believe that's the case, but if, right, she's virtually guaranteed her conviction.
Oh, totally. I mean, this next part is the best part. Okay, I can't wait to read this. It can be short and to the point, but has to be done. Upon information and belief, LOL, they never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because he hid it in allergy bottle in his work truck. Find Cody emptied out work truck within a week. So they were never found.
That is insane.
Upon information and belief, LOL. I love that. I want that on a shirt. Upon information and belief, LOL. And then just like the tooth fairy and like, Bigfoot on the side, all of that. Anyway. When you talk to Ronnie about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes your house and phone are bugged. Maybe drive down to SL or SJ, maybe South Jordan, and meet him after work without Bree. Probably his daughter or something, or his wife.
Daughter or wife, yeah.
Yeah. Sky has to make the connection between Eric and Mexico because that makes the most sense in her mind. If it's that's
yeah.
This is clearly she is lying to her counsel. What's going to happen? Like, do you think the court will? I mean, I guess it's up to counsel, but I would fire her.
If I'm her counsel, I'm not waiting for the court to make a determination. I'm just like, I cannot proceed.
That's me. I'm out because what is she going to trust? And what surprises are going to come up in trial to make her look like the idiot? Ooh.
Yeah, I'd just be like, peace out. Peace. And
good luck, Chuck. Enjoy the rest of your time in jail, I guess.
Oh, and it's going to be a long time. I I'd be doing the Simpsons thing where you just turn into a mailbox.
If it's Ronnie's information and belief about the conversation over football, she can use that as a connection. Tell Ronnie, don't overanalyze it. Meaning, freaking make it up on the spot and then just stick to your story. Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah.
Because she's already anticipating her brother going, what? I don't remember that conversation though. Like, what if they ask me about this? What if they ask me about that?
She's got to walk him through how to lie.
Yep.
She's giving pointers on like, this is how lying works.
Yep.
This is how you get away with lying, which tells you that she's done enough of it to have like a theory of how lying should go.
Oh my gosh, it gets worse.
Oh,
it was a quick 2-minute conversation. LOL. I love these random LOLs. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home, and then we will get those damn bitches. What? Who are you gonna get?
I'm guessing it's like the sister and so forth.
Oh, bitch, you ain't ever going home. That is a threat. That is scary. I would never let this person out of jail.
Yep. Nope. Just we'll throw you in a hole and never let you out.
I would. This is a terrifying message. I mean, it's couched in the handwriting of an 18-year-old girl with the writing skills of an 18-year-old, but still, like, maybe I'm giving the writing of an 18-year-old a little too much credit. Anyway. Also, please text Lotto or call. Tell him do not text me anything about us doing things together ever. So this bitch was cheating, I take it, or like doing her own set of drugs.
Or maybe not cheating, but like emotionally cheating.
Oh no, definitely cheating. Like church, skiing, trips, nothing that puts us together. It doesn't look good. We're so close to the end. Let's push through. Have the conversation with Ronnie before he meets with Sky. Then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there. We're almost there. Love you to the moon. Oh, wait. Take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog. So I guess walk the dog is a euphemism for, spinning a narrative.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. I saw a commercial yesterday, Utah Mortgage Relief. Google them, please. It's for people behind on their mortgage. Can you see if they can help at all with Marissa's house, please? We have to get yours, and Chelsea's taken care of ASAP. Try to go through that place in Camas. What about asking Lotto to do a loan solely in his name? Ooh, so wait a second. So she's likely cheating or having some kind of relationship with Lotto. And then she's freaking using him and saying, go refinance the mortgage and put it solely in your name so that the deceased surviving family members won't have a claim to the house.
Wow.
That's what she's doing. She's trying to avoid either criminal forfeiture of the home in the event that she's convicted and they decide to sell the home to pay off the victims, or she's trying to avoid the home being put into the trust, which it very much should be. Whew. That's dirty. That is extra dirty. Ooh. Good feelings gone. Okay. Let's see. Solely in his name and not have you on there. I know he can do a home equity line of credit on his house in Hideout. Oh my gosh, I love Hideout. I was going to build a house out there. Not sure if he would.
Hideout a place?
Huh?
Is Hideout a place?
It's a beautiful little spot right between the Heber Valley and Park City, and it overlooks a reservoir, but it's technically outside of the city limits for Park City and Heber. So you only have to pay Camas taxes, which is a rural community. So your tax liability is significantly less.
Huh. I would have thought hideout as in like an actual hideout. So
I know, right?
Good to know.
Yeah. Not sure if he would, but I know he has like $1 million in equity. Maybe he just, which is true because Hideout is
Yeah.
high end. I
Uh,
can't keep reading.
yeah. No, I just
Okay.
was scrolling down.
Maybe he just doesn't know about a HELOC, home equity. If he wants to help me, taking care of those loans is most important. I don't give a shit about the yodels.
Yokels?
Yodels? Is that the family's last name?
Maybe.
Maybe. Remember, I told you one way to get at Katie is going through my phone and finding a picture of her girls, even with the boys. Print print as copies and send
15
them
copies,
out
I think.
anonymously to different media companies. Obviously, don't email the pictures so it's traceable. She would be livid if it got out to the public. You would just have to do it sneakily and be careful. She would try and trace it back to you. If not, no worries.
Wow. What a conniving.
I wonder
Yeah.
if that falls under revenge porn too, by the way. I mean, this is another form of witness tampering because it's
Yep.
likely that Katie is a witness and they're just trying to get back at her
They're
and to
trying to
take
rattle a
revenge.
witness. Yeah.
Yep, that's exactly what this is. Sky is having the my girls do the first interview with Good Morning America. Please tell Chelsea to bring up that he hasn't been to church in the 13 years she has known him. The church association here is everything, like being a good little Mormon boy, because that defeats her claim that he was doing drugs voluntarily too. So if he was an active member of the LDS church, he can argue, his family can argue he was an active member. He never did drugs. He never drank alcohol. So she's basically saying, hey, look, make it clear to the media and to the public at large, this guy hasn't been to church in 13 years.
And that's going to be big with the jury and so forth. Yeah.
Huge, huge.
Yeah.
And Eric would brag to her about how much he drank and did pills in high school. Tell Kelsey to say Eric always wanted Kouri to go down for him. So
Now,
again,
for him or on him?
for him. Both. Probably both. I bet this is the kind of girl who would like only give it on like birthdays and special occasions.
Oh, man.
You know she is. You know she is. Okay.
Well, and specifically, probably also with like, hey, I'll do that. I just need something like, I need jewelry. I need whatever else. Like,
Oh, I hate that. I think that's cruel. Anyway, tell Kelsey to say okay, to go
there
down
was
for
a
him.
friend in my social circle who, every time his girlfriend got a new, piece of jewelry or whatever, we'd all make the joke of like, well, we know she did it again.
To that friend, I commend your spirit, my friend. Stay
He
strong.
eventually got out of that relationship, which was good
Thank
because
goodness.
it was a terrible relationship.
Oh,
She was
yeah.
manipulative as hell.
That sounds like it. For example, he would put drugs in her suitcase when they would travel together. So if anyone got caught, it was Kouri. He would put it in her bag right before they left the house. So Kouri didn't know. Then when we would land wherever, Eric would take them out of her bag, and Kouri would be pissed and they would argue about it. She could have just said, have something to confirm the story above.
Yeah.
Whatever. Um, let's see, all Kelsey to say how Eric or something, Kelsey to say how Eric didn't care and would just laugh about it and say, well, I can't I can't get in trouble, as if it was okay that I got in trouble. Have Selma talk about Eric in Spain not being able to drink, so he was looking for drugs the entire time, and explain the drink the waitress gave him and how I called his doctor and went to the pharmacy immediately. Have Allie talk about how the sisters' house have always.
Yeah.
have always been jealous of me because anything they could do, Kouri could do it better.
Even in her defense, she's throwing in the narcissism.
Being a mom, college, stay-at-home wife until she built $1 million company, a nice house, car, everything. She had what they always wanted, is essentially what she's trying to say.
Everything she had, they wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything she had, they wanted. This comes down to jealousy, money, and Eric's partying that they don't want to acknowledge, and sadly sadly an accidental overdose. Oh my gosh, this woman writes stories for children. Literally.
And stories for juries.
She writes stories for juries, for children. You know, she'd be a great ghostwriter, I guess, while she's in jail. Lastly, don't forget to work on the gum receipts. We want to file charges and let the prosecutor not do anything about it to use in our defense. Oh my gosh, just, you know what? Just spell out the entire defense strategy here.
Yeah, no kidding.
Will you buy a box of Crest white strips, open them up, put in an envelope, and have Sky give them to me? So now she's planning on getting contraband smuggled into her in jail.
Yeah, her teeth are not white enough. What I said before about like cosmetics being big in women's prisons. There we go.
I mean, I think it's great. I mean, definitely keep your teeth white, but it does kind of weaken them. But I'm not a dentist, so don't take my advice. Anyway, but it's good to know that Utahns are doing that, because I've always wondered, like, here, white teeth are everything.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, and this woman does have a glowing smile. Like, you can pull up any picture. The woman's teeth glow in the dark. Anyway, you can tell her what's in the envelope. I'm sure she won't care. I'll make sure they can't be found in my cell. My teeth are yellow.
So she knows they're contraband.
Uh-huh. My teeth are yellow from so much coffee and tea all day.
Unhappy face.
I love you. I love you. I love you. Hang in there. We're getting there slowly. You're the best mom in the whole world. I'm so lucky to have you.
Not anymore, she doesn't.
Or anyone else she just named as a potential witness.
Yep. All of those people are, yeah. So yeah, that's well, and that's the other thing. Have Sky give them to me.
I'm sure she won't care. I wonder, this is why I say, I wonder if the judge isn't going to step in here, because now every communication has to be monitored to make sure that contraband and this type of note isn't being passed around.
And the thing is I'm sure Sky would care.
No, she absolutely would. I love Sky. Like, I don't love her. I don't know her that well. She's an acquaintance, but I have tremendous respect for Sky, and I would never expect Sky to be like, oh, it's not a big deal. She'd be like, are you kidding me? And you want me to waste your case over this? You want another 6 months? I don't know what you want me to say. No, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, it's I would so fire this client in a hot second. Just goodbye. Bye. Like, sorry, you're suggesting in a letter that's now evidence that I would bring you contraband? Even if I wasn't like concerned about all of that, I would just be like, you know what? I can't be your lawyer in front of the jury, because if the jury's going to see this letter, which I've heard that the defense has basically said, we need a new change of venue. We need all sorts of things, because I think that they're complaining that that this is going to poison the jury pool. Yeah, I would just be like dropped like a hot rock.
I would drop her in a hot second. But for those who are wondering why I can't read, I'm dyslexic. So joke's on you.
You did great. That was a great reading.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I typically don't read out loud. Even at all of my hearings, my clients are always massively impressed. They're like, how did you come up with those arguments? I'm like, I literally memorize everything because I can't read.
Yeah. You're like, I can't read, memorize it. Have you tried like some of the fonts that are supposed to be better for dyslexia?
I have, and they don't really help me a lot. You know what does help me a lot though is getting all of my cases read to me. So I have a
Hmm.
program that will like, and it's the worst though. It's like that very monotone. And then she said, period, semicolon. Here we go. And then it has the case citation and it reads the whole case citation. So you have to like click the fast forward button. But I mean, it's a lot faster than me reading cases because if I were to read cases, I would have to charge my clients more.
That's fair, and that's good value for the clients. So,
Yep. Yep. Yep.
all right. So, yeah, I'm calling it. She gets convicted. She, her
You know,
lawyer looks like her lawyer was doing excellent work to try to create a defense and to create an argument, and she's just rolled dynamite directly into that. You know, she couldn't have done herself a worse disservice other than just by like straight up confessing.
she did more
Yeah.
than confess. She wrote her own conviction.
Yeah, I mean, this is
She's just got to be dying inside, right? Like, I know she's a narcissist, so she doesn't have that type of introspection that you would hope for. But like, there's got to be a moment tonight where she goes to bed in jail and she's freezing cold because in my head, jail is cold because I hate cold. She's just freezing cold. Everything smells like piss. She's on like a hard cot. She hasn't brushed her freaking hair in like 2 days. She's starting to
yep.
lose her mind with her little crest white strips that didn't come through. Her teeth are turning yellow and she's going, oh no, I'm going to waste away here for the rest of my life. Like there's got to be that moment. It's going to sink in for her.
I think she's not even if you're narcissist enough, you start living in a world where everything will work out.
Yeah.
And I think she's living in that world. I think she's in the place where she's going to say, you know what? My lawyer wants to get off the file because she thinks this is a big deal. I don't think this is a big deal. We can work around this. This is not a problem. She's going to get convicted. She's going to be like, we're going to win on appeal, right? We'll be fine on appeal. And then she's going to lose on appeal. And she's going to be like, well, this is an injustice. I'll get pardoned. She's going to be the sort of person to write letters to the local government being like, I deserve a pardon. And they're going to, she's just going to get no response back. And she's going to be like, oh, I'm sure it's just getting lost. As soon as somebody reads this letter, I will get my pardon.
Oh, you're probably right. Well, and you know what's funny is as soon as she gets dropped like a hot potato from her attorney, she'll say, oh, that attorney was just out to get me and was incompetent. Yeah. And I'm
she
just
was
so
a
glad
terrible
that she's not
lawyer.
representing me.
Yeah, exactly. I'm so glad. One of the worst things you hear from a client is, I'm so glad I've got you now. Because that almost always means
how many
there's very
before me.
Well, that's one thing, but also, I mean, there are a few lawyers who are god awful, right? And so sometimes you pick up a client who previously was represented by another lawyer and you're like, yeah, I know why you switched, because I wouldn't want that lawyer either.
Right.
But then you have clients who switched from like one of the really good lawyers and you're like, that lawyer's better than I am because they've been at this for like 40 years and like they're where I hope to be in 40 years. But, 40 years into the practice. But I'm not 40 years in, right? I'm only, so it's like, if you're firing that lawyer and you're saying they're incompetent, there is no lawyer on the planet you're going to like.
Yep. And it doesn't matter how much you increase your retainer, by the way, you'll still get them once in a while. And it is, for me, that intake is really important. But I'm not going to say more because I don't want any smart people out there to be like, oh no, I've never had another. I hired this one attorney, but we didn't really mesh well, right? Like, I don't want to give you guys hints on ways to get past the screening.
I hired another lawyer and they died.
Yes, exactly. I hired a different attorney, but her mom died and she said she was really busy and I just wanted to make it a little bit easier for her and she had referred me to you. Like that's a huge green flag. That's okay. But when you hear, yeah, my attorney did nothing and that she never answered my phone call and she never called me back and she never answered.
Oh, you
Like
know that's the person who's going to call you 4 times a day, and if they don't get a call back like that hour,
she
they're
told
like,
me that I could go without alimony, and I just that's unacceptable to me. Like, at that moment, I'm like, "Okay, well, I don't think we're gonna work out well either because I think your other attorney was correct."
yeah, I had a guy who came in. He's like, my other lawyer couldn't get the charges dropped, so I fired him, and I was like, I'm just going to tell you right now, I can't get these charges dropped either. Like that is not going to be a thing. Um, and So we can look at, how often do lawyers drop clients? Is it more common in criminal law, family law? Also, how often is the reverse the case where the client dips? In family law has a lot of high maintenance clients. So does criminal law.
High
Civil
maintenance
law,
clients without high maintenance income, by the way, most of the
yeah.
time.
Civil law, there tend to be a lot more issues with payment. Like
Yep.
in, so
Well, and you also come across actual scammers and people who are coming to you in civil law because they're being accused of screwing over people in business. And so you get some squirrely type business folks there too.
yeah,
It's not, I mean, the one client that I did fire because that client forged documents, bank statements,
yep,
and sent those to me. And I had already sent that to opposing counsel and to the court,
yep.
and then sent me different documents. And I'm looking at the amounts and I'm going, okay, I'm really bad at math, but something ain't adding up here. And I go and look back and I'm like, that son of a bitch.
I had a client. It was really funny because I go up and he gives me documents to present for his bail hearing. And I look at these documents and I'm like, these are faked. There was various like Photoshop artifacts in them and so forth. I'm like, these are fake. And so I'm like, are these real documents? And he says, yes, they are. And I said, great, you're fired. And he's like,
Yep.
what? Because the documents had actually been presented, like given to me by a third party. And I was like, so I went and confirmed with the client, like, are these real documents? He's like, yep. I'm like, you're fired then. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I cannot present this to the court and I cannot continue to represent you after you've done this to me because now everything you say might be false. So I go up and I tell the court, like, hey, I have to get off record on this. An ethical conflict has arisen. I cannot proceed. And the judge was pissed. She was like, well, why are you getting off record? I'm like, it's an ethical conflict. Beyond that, it's privileged.
Yep.
And where I am, that's the rule. You can just say it's an ethical conflict. It's privileged, and they can't inquire any further.
We have something very similar in our jurisdiction, and it's called a noisy exit.
Well, the judge was very, very pissed. She's like, Mr. Runkle, you're off record. Please sit there. Do not leave the courtroom. We will have a discussion later.
Okay, I'll sit here, Your Honor, and I'm going to ask the court to reimburse me for my representation and legal fees for wasting my time.
There's no representation. Like, she was just like, you're going to sit here and I'm going to yell at you after court is done, basically. So I was sitting there and they call this guy's thing and he's like, well, I want to run the bail hearing myself. Just self-rep. And then so he goes and he runs it and he presents this document to the court. And she looks at this document. She says, okay, bail is denied. As soon as she sees this document, she denies bail because she could tell it's fake too. And then, so the guy's like, what? And she's like, this is a forged document, sir. I cannot grant you bail if you're presenting a forgery to the court. This is evidence, and I'm instructing that it be set aside for possible use in another prosecution. And what is it? So after that, she says, Mr. Runkle, I had asked you to stay behind in order to have a discussion. We no longer need to have that discussion. You're free to go. And it was just like,
you're like, thanks, Your Honor.
She knew exactly. Yeah, she knew exactly what that was about and was like, yeah. Also, we in getting to super chats here, we got 2 that we have to deal with right away. So,
ooh, that's me. I like that.
Yeah, that was fun to make. So, England DG says, what about international law or nuclear law or things that are not scum sucking? Do not brag about being wonderful lawyers when you skim along the bottom of the sharks, okay? The thing is
I'll try not to, I guess, but for whatever it's worth, I used to work for Raytheon doing international trade compliance. So specifically dealing with the big booms. But you know what? It's cool, bro. I'll skim on the bottom as long as I have to. Thank you so much.
Every area of law has shitty things that you will do.
Yep.
If you do, if you do business deals, eventually you're going to be doing a business deal between 2 corporations that suck. If you do nuclear law, eventually you're going to be asked, like, how can we build this nuclear plant next to this reservoir that people drink out of?
No,
all of these things.
In the event of an explosion, we don't like to call those explosions. I'm not even joking, okay? I was a senior policy advisor, and there's a company, which shall not be named, that makes explosives here in the valley, Salt Lake Valley. And when you look at their site plan, it has a blast radius that would take out half of the neighboring town in the county.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, so in the event that there is a risk of a blast, what are your guys' defense? Like what sirens do you have? What are you going to do to educate the public so that they can take necessary precautions to protect themselves? And I kid you not, their government relations counsel leans into the microphone and he goes, we don't like to call them blasts. We call them accelerated explosions.
Unscheduled an unscheduled energetic
detonation. Event. Yeah, exactly. It was like something to that effect, like an acceleration of energy or something. And I'm like, oh my gosh, bro, you're not. I was like, so like a blast. And he goes, well, yeah, similar to, but that's not what it is. I go, okay, buddy. Okay.
I mean, I deal with fireworks, and we are really paranoid about making sure nothing goes wrong. Like, they will cancel a show if if there's like too much wind, and we have taken down and rebuilt shows, like, a show like the Canada Day fireworks display, where they're like, we need to take everything down and reorient it because the wind has changed and we can't have, stuff go into somewhere it can't, into like the crowd. But we don't have any euphemisms. It's like, we need to not blow up the audience.
That was it was like a rapid release of energy or something he said, and it just cracked me up. And I was like, no, I get that you do propulsion and propulsion systems. I get that. But I also know that you actually pour your ordinances here. So what the hell are you talking about? Anyway, what's hilarious about it? Well, it's not hilarious. It's sad. It's sad. It seems to be that those euphemisms are only used when we're taking out poor people's houses. If this was a public hearing in a wealthy neighborhood where wealthy people's homes were at risk of a rapid acceleration of energy, then I doubt that anyone would be using any of those euphemisms. And so my point is to say there's scumbags at every area of the law, my dear.
Yeah. Unscheduled criticality event. It's like, all right, you mean the nuclear plant blew up and irradiated the populace? Like, yeah.
It's not global warming. It's God giving the earth a hug. It's not a gas release. It's the earth naturally farting.
But then this was immediately followed, and we'll roll this again. This is, I I want to apologize to you both. I was just really riled up. It's okay. Like,
England teaching. Listen, you need to apologize to me on my channel via my freaking Cash App or something, my friend. Otherwise, you're not my friend.
oh, that's mean. That I'm just, the thing is every area of law, like doing criminal defense work, sometimes you're defending the guilty, sometimes you're defending the innocent, and most of the time, you don't know which is which. You might have a guess, but you don't know, right? And I've had situations where people have confessed and ultimately they didn't do it. It's, you just don't know a lot of the time. I can tell you that so in law school, I had lots of friends who were like, you know what? I want to go into environmental law because I want to save the trees and the puppies and the, and the whales.
My professor referred to them as granola crunchers.
Well, here's the fun thing that happens to so many of them is that they realize that there's no money at all in, like, the whale can't pay your retainer.
Yeah.
So,
no, but nonprofits.
But you know who can? Nonprofits have no money, and they hire like one person every, it's actually really hard to get a job.
The Sierra Club wouldn't be backing this if some of their members happen to have homes that overlook these vistas.
Well, I mean, the thing is if you want to get a job doing like environmental law for the side of the environment, there are no jobs. Like, it is super competitive to get a position that pays no money. They get people, like, so many people applying to a job that pays like 40 grand a year.
Yep.
And it's like, you went to law school for this. You have debts that are in like the, in the six figures, and you're going to get a job for 40K a year for that. A lot of people look at that and they're like, I don't like that outcome. So where can they find the big money jobs in environmental law? Well, they work for a mining company. They work for an oil company. They work for
baby drill.
Yeah, they work for a fracking company. They work for. So do you know how many of the
defense company? For those who hate war.
So many of the like granola crunchers at law school now work for like oil companies, and they make huge money. Some of them
makes the most money? Politicians, the C students.
Yeah.
Stay in school, kids.
And I have some people saying I need to pay a puppy tax.
Should I also acquire a puppy to pay said?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I accidentally clicked before I was ready.
Nope, I was ready for that. I didn't know I needed to be, but I am. And hey, England GD, DG, thank you so much. That was really generous of you.
Yes, and I will never disagree with people criticizing the profession, because you know what? Lots of people have had shitty experiences with lawyers.
Yep.
And and I can say I was probably the worst thing to happen to a number of people, right? You are the victim of a crime, and then there's this asshole asking you all these like shitty questions. It just is what it is. It's the nature of the business and the nature of our system. But
yeah, don't hate us. We're just the players. Hate the game.
Well, I mean, we don't have it's a shitty system, but it's also the best system we've ever thought of.
It's true. And there's also a lot of shitty players. So
and the thing is like, I'll go back to the Johnny Depp trial here. Lots and lots and lots of people thought Depp was super guilty, super responsible for everything that was alleged of him. And what changed people's minds? Well, some excellent defense work representing a guy who at the time was kind of in the toilet reputation wise, right? So that is that's important stuff. And yeah, I mean, it's tough. You look at the damage that that can be done by people who aren't checked by lawyers.
Oh yeah.
Ultimately, Amber Heard was sort of brought to heel by lawyers,
But don't you
challenging
wish
that.
she wasn't? Don't you wish she wasn't? Don't you wish that she had just gone off? I would have loved that show. And
Oh,
England DG, if it is any consolation whatsoever, most attorneys hate other attorneys. Like your number one competitor in the legal world is more than likely in your own firm. And you're always fighting for those hours, baby. So just so you're aware, we're I will take your criticism for $100 any day. Please come criticize me and tell me what a douche I am for being an attorney. I will take that any day, every day. That's
the
basically my job.
the other thing is what is it? I actually think the Kouri Richins thing might be where the Johnny Depp trial was, or Johnny Depp's situation was headed. I can't say for certain, but I kind of feel like had he not gotten out of there,
Mm-hmm.
he might have been equally in it's a tragedy, Depp overdoses.
It very more than likely would have been. And that's the tragedy here, right? And that's the tragedy with the Ruby Frankie
Yep.
case is it's only one day away from becoming a Lori Vallow case. Same with Johnny Depp. It's only one day away from becoming this case.
Yeah, I mean that the kid who sort of got out and was at the neighbor's house being all like, I'm starving to death. If that kid hadn't got out, it's real easy for that to just be like, oh, well, this kid shows up in a hospital,
Yep.
or shows up at the morgue. And it's
Oh,
tragic.
he was just really rough with his sisters. We don't know why he wouldn't eat. It was really bizarre. I took him to the hospital a bunch of times and I don't know, he just bruised easily. I mean, there's a million excuses and it's disgusting, each and every one of them. So,
Well, and that's the problem is that, like, let's say one of them dies and they're able to use their sort of power and whatever to keep that from becoming a criminal investigation. You know how much money they would have made off a dead child? Very
oh,
cynically, they
no, I
would have
know.
grifted the hell out of that. They would have been like,
And
oh, it's a tragedy. Come grieve with us. And it would have been disgusting.
it's
Um,
not cynical. It's exactly what's happening in this case. And there's evidence to support that that would have happened in that case because she was doing it every time her kids had to go to the hospital for
yeah,
something that was easily preventable.
yeah. And yeah,
I don't think it's cynical at all. I think it's real.
my father was a JAG. He told me he went into the military law because it was the only place to practice true law. I've never done military law, but it might well be, although there's a lot of politics in military laws sort of aspects
Thank you.
there. So,
Thank you
yeah,
to your father for his service. JAG is a hard position. And
it
I
is.
always wanted to do JAG, but I was too pussy to enlist, like genuinely too scared. I have the utmost respect. Well, not scared, but at the time there was all those SA allegations coming out of the US Air Force and other branches. And I don't think I couldn't live as a survivor of that with the people I'm sworn to protect and to work with.
I have tremendous respect for the JAGs out there, and they do hard work and they do work on both sides of things, right? They defend people, they charge people. There's all sorts of things. The amount they have to do basically everything, like a little bit of everything, because often the military lawyers are the first stop. Like somebody's like, I have a problem, and they end up going and talking to a military lawyer who's like, you need to go to another lawyer, but let me at least get you started on things.
Right.
um, they do tremendous. And the thing is like, the military lawyers get deployed,
Yep.
and they're going to be out, like, some of them will be in a comfortable military base in Petawawa or wherever, and some of them will be in Afghanistan.
Yep.
And they're going to be out there in Afghanistan armed with a briefcase and a handgun. And I'm
Yep.
going, yep, that is that's a hell of a thing. So I don't think I could do it. Partially just because I know the military would bounce me if I applied. They'd be like, "You have too many health problems. Get gone."
I
But
couldn't do it for the same reasons I couldn't be a criminal defense attorney.
and much as I do criminal defense, I never will. Um, I will never like criticize people who say that they can't.
Same.
Because
And I have all the respect for people who do criminal defense. I understand the necessity. Like you guys, in my eyes, you deserve all the props you get.
and like family law, really important, really essential. I couldn't do it. Just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
England DG says, I find it so funny that I get what you're pointing at, but I also think we should be more severe regarding personal assault laws. I just don't have any ideas how to fix that. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
England DG says, yeah, totally retract my comments about Danny earlier. She's friggin' great. Thank you.
He'll change his mind again.
Yeah, quite possibly.
I already know. I can't.
Rachel Duick says, I can't believe she puts so much effort into doing the stupid. You know how I would have a hard time writing 6 pages of text in a letter, handwritten, and like, yeah.
You have a lot of time in jail. You have a lot of time.
True.
And I love this comment. I want to get a sticker that says that to put over my freaking monitor. So when I'm done doing stupid shit, I'm like, why did I waste all the anyway? Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And I see I object, lol. And this is what happens when you marry a smart woman who doesn't love you. I don't know if she was just
too smart. Thank goodness.
Yeah, I don't know if she was that smart. Yeah. Elizabeth J. Davenport, what is your guys' opinions of law shows, e.g., Partner, Track, Suits, LA Law? I can't watch most of them.
I don't watch them.
Most of them are so unrealistic. You know what actually does a fairly decent job is Better Call Saul.
Yep.
Better Call Saul has some moments that are very much like, I'm sure they're taken from people's direct legal experience. And one of the funniest things about Better Call Saul is there's a moment where he goes into the bathroom and he starts writing up a document on the like on the paper towels or on the toilet paper. I had to write a court filing once on a paper towel from the bathroom.
Was it to preserve evidence?
It was not to preserve evidence. It was a filing deadline. And so
yeah, you gotta get that in. It doesn't matter what it's on.
It was a filing deadline for a firearm matter. And they're like, we don't have forms for that. And I'm like, you should though, like you do. And they're like, we don't. I'm like, so what am I supposed to do? They're like, you can make up your own form. I'm like, okay, can I have a piece of paper? They're like, no. So I walked into the bathroom, pulled out like a
watch me, bitch,
paper towel, wrote it out, came back, and I'm like, I would like to file this. And she's just like, and I will tell you, I got some noise from the judge on that one. It's like, Mr. Runkle, did you file this on paper towel? I was like, yes, sir.
Your Honor, the clerk refused to give me a piece of paper. So, yes.
So I was just like, that's me at that moment. And I was like, so yeah. And I mean,
I liked it where he had to like borrow money in order to get his car out of the parking lot because that's very real. That's so real. Like if you work for, like if you're doing eat what you kill type litigation, that first year you're suffering. I suffered. And,
yeah.
Yeah. People think
yeah, people think every lawyer is making huge money. It is easy to lose money practicing law.
My whole thing is, if we were making huge money, do you think we'd still be lawyers? Like, All of the big partners of the big firms don't handle cases anymore.
I mean, the thing is that I will still handle cases if I make big money. Like if
Oh,
this
you're a
channel
good
starts,
person, though.
if I won the lottery, like my wife bought like a Powerball ticket, and Powerball is even better as a Canadian if you win it because you don't have to pay taxes. Canada does not tax lottery winnings, and the US does not tax Canadians. So,
Hey, Runkle, I have some locations and some time. If you want to go on a trip sometime, you and Mrs. Runkle are always welcome.
we may at some point make the trip, but
I would recommend driving down through Banff if you're interested. Glacier National Park, and then you just keep heading south down to Idaho, where mhm,
well, like
lots of lottery winners, mega, mega, mega millions out of Idaho.
Powerball will sell you a ticket out of like online out of Canada. So we bought a ticket, like we've got zero chance, but if we'd won that, and it would have been like, however many $billion it was up to, it would have just been like, okay, I don't have to work anymore. I will take files for nothing. That's it. I'll just do files for no money, right? And that's where I want to be. If my YouTube channel takes off well enough that it can replace my primary income, then I will do YouTube for money and do files pro bono. That's it.
See, I would do YouTube for money and for fun. I love YouTube. It's
I
just
love
it's
the
hard
YouTube
when
thing
you
as
have
well,
your day job.
but like the law, I love the law. I hate billing clients, and especially I hate billing vulnerable, poor clients.
Yeah, me too.
Um,
And
and I
and
mean,
I'm a bloodsucker. I love to take money from people, and I love when people give me money. I love money, okay? I have no issue with money, but I really struggle with poor people who desperately need my services, and I can't help them because I can't afford it myself.
yeah,
That hurts.
and that's the thing is if the business model I sort of have in mind, if I had the pro bono thing, would be to say like, listen, um, I don't take files directly. You go to another firm, and if they're convinced that you can't raise the money, and whatever else, then they'll send you to me, and I'll just take files as referrals from other lawyers, but specifically files where they think that you need someone in your corner, and that'll be the plan. That's where I want to be. So, and I might branch out. I might do more landlord tenant stuff. I might do all sorts of things, and yeah, just all sorts of things. So, that's my goal. I don't know if I'll ever make it. I am bad at the grift because I am bad at asking for money, but it's where I would like to be. So, yeah. Was it? I've had terrible relationships with women, both family and external. I don't trust women. I don't hate women. It's just very hard for me to trust women. I have a hard time trusting people in general, right? So, yeah.
Nah, don't yeah, no, bros over hoes, dude. 100%. Like stick to your kind, because just kidding. I am sorry though, because that really does suck. That really, really sucks. And there's plenty of
I
women
just
out there who feel the same way about men. And it's really sad to me that you had such toxic and horrible relationships in your life. Period.
I just have trouble trusting people. So
Yeah.
male, female, whichever. Lady Law Sandra, question: this is criminal. What would be the components of the crime? Well, they actually said that. Utah code provides in pertinent part, a person is guilty of the third-degree felony of tampering with a witness if. So now we're getting into the requirements. 1, believing that an official proceeding or investigation is ongoing. That's an element. 2, he attempts to induce or otherwise cause another person. So you have to make that inducement or cause effort. And 3, to testify or inform falsely. Those are ingredients, right? Those are the elements of the offense. So those 3 things are, sort of what we're looking at there. So, Um, Danny's great here. I really like her. Super honest, wonderful lady, super smart. I agree with all of
Aw,
that.
thank you. That's very
Uncivil
kind.
law. Oh, yeah. Dude, nice to see you. I just said she's fantastic. What's her issue? Um, I guess there must be some dispute there. This Lord of the Rings reboot is hot.
Hell yeah. Whew.
Danny and direct intake. My class is working on that right now. Give us some insights. So for client intake,
Oh, client intake. Get, you know what? Lawyers are overglorified salespeople at the heart of it. Seriously, go and take a sales class. If after listening to their story of woe, you realize, okay, I can actually help this person, then you sell them on what it is that you're doing. Now, I think intake is very reliant, in my opinion, on what type of firm you have and how your firm operates. So, for
yeah.
example, my firm operates on efficiency and communication with our clients. Right, those are our huge selling points. Specifically, I can get all of my cases have settled outside of court this year. I have and where's the wood to knock on? I have 100 out of 100 settlement rate. So, if you're looking to get through a case very quickly, I don't take dumpster fire cases though, right? So cases that come in and I have a very, very short list. I can count on 3 fingers attorneys that I will not use as opposing counsel. I will not take a case if opposing counsel is one of those 3 attorneys, because I know that one, it's going to run up my client's bill, waste time, and just piss me off. And I'm not interested in doing any of those things with my client. So if you're a good client who I can trust, a good client is someone I can trust. If I say, hey, please call me back, please take a look at this, and they take a look at it, and one of my favorite clients are the ones that give me compliments. Just compliment your attorney once in a while, people. It doesn't hurt. It just be like, wow, I'm really impressed by this. And we'll be like, oh, thank you. I drafted it in my sleep last night while I was still kind of hungover. But thank you.
You know what?
There's
You know
really
what
rewarding.
goes a tremendous way is just thank you, right? Like,
Yeah.
hey, I really appreciate the way you fought for me in that hearing, right? Like that kind of thing. Um,
Yeah.
I had a client, guy has no money, like at all. Like, and by no money, I mean like was sleeping on the street, right?
Hmm.
Um, he brought in like a little piece of paper that he'd folded into a flower and was like, "Thank you for getting me bail." Um, and it was just like, "Oh my god!" I had that on my shelf for the longest time. Um, yeah, I ended up getting it. It got lost because the firm I was at had a cleaner, and the cleaner didn't realize it was something I wanted to keep, and so the cleaner threw it out, and I was pissed. Um, so, um, but I mean, that was tremendously meaningful, right?
That's so sweet.
And it was like literally like a piece of wrapper or something, right? Like just, but it was that the guy took the time to sort of do that, and it was like, oh my god, I was like,
That's
oh my
so
god.
touching. See, and that's really what you're looking for. So you're looking for ability to pay, um, an interest in their own case. The worst clients are the ones who are like, I don't know, you figure it out for me, and then call you a month later and are like, why did you bill me for all this? And I said, because I had to figure it out. So that's hard. Get a client who's engaged. And the way that you test for that is to say, I'm going to call you once a week. Is that too much communication for you? If that is, I'm not the attorney you want on your case.
And the thing is, I mean, in
And
terms
then
of it,
also, I don't have an obligation to call you back within 24 hours. If I call you back within 48, is that going to kill you? And then finally, you want someone, so payment is key though, because the last thing you want is to be in the middle of drafting something and get a call from your office where they say your client's check just bounced. And you say, crap. And you have to stop what you're doing, because if you continue to bill hours and that person ain't going to pay and you know it, you're putting them in deeper debt. And it's like there are good attorneys out there who will do low bono or pro bono cases. Good people out there who really do want to help on these cases. Now, are you going to get the exact same service? Of course not. I'm the best, right? There's a reason I charge what I charge. But that doesn't mean you can't get good work. And so, I will refer you to an attorney who can help you, because
Yep.
I do care about my clients deeply. There's one client I can think of in my memory this year who I did not care for, and that's because that client lied to me. That's a very quick way for me to fire you.
Yeah, that's a bad thing for sure.
So,
Um,
but I mean, yeah, I think those are my insights: is first, ability to pay; second, ability to communicate and be engaged in their own case. If not them, someone very close to them with power of attorney. And then finally, someone who says thank you once in a blue moon. If they turn to me and say thank you at the end of the intake, I'll take them,
yep.
even if it's a
Uh,
dumpster fire case.
Peggy Riordan says, I had an attorney who told me he did not return phone calls. His clients have nothing useful to offer. I didn't hire him.
It's a
Oh,
good decision.
that was an excellent decision. I can tell you, I have a lot of circumstances where I call, like a client calls and says, hey, I need an update on my case. And it's like, nothing's going to happen for the next 3 months. And if something does happen by some, horrible miracle, I will call you, but nothing will happen on your case for the next 3 months. That happens all the time. Because criminal law, it's like we've set the trial. We will do some prep, like in the weeks leading up to the trial, but there's no point doing it now. So it's like we'll talk again in 3 months. But I always want to hear my client's side of things, because sometimes my client's side of things is absolutely the winning. Like, does my client have an alibi? Frag, I need to know that. Like,
Yeah. Set client expectations up front too. So if you turn to your client, you really do need to make it very clear to the client, because hopefully I'll be the last attorney they ever have to deal with in their life. That's the goal, right?
I do
So,
criminal defense, so that's almost never the case.
but hopefully in my case, I'm the only attorney they'll ever have to deal with. And so what my goal is to educate them about what the attorney client relationship looks like, what to expect. So I always tell them, look, you are the master of the facts. If I have to ask you 18 times to repeat to me the same story, please don't be offended. It's because I want to make sure that I'm getting the facts right. I am the master of the law in this equation. Okay.
Yep.
You don't know the law. You don't know case strategy. Of course, I will explain to you the strategy and what's going to happen moving forward, but you don't get to make a choice about case strategy. What you do get to make a choice about is whether or not you settle, and I will apprise you of all of your rights and the outcomes. And just so you're aware, even in the case strategy, I will give you options. I will tell you the most expensive but quickest way and most effective way to resolve it. I will tell you the somewhat medium type option where we kind of play it by ear and do our best, but maybe it doesn't run you up as quite a high of a tab. And I'll tell you the cheapest option, which is to sit down, be quiet, and just wait
Yep.
until
It's
the opportune moment, and then you strike, right? But I'll let you know ahead of time, I'm going to front load your case with a lot of work, because that still requires a ton of research. So setting those expectations in the intake is so important.
I had a client who's like, why are you not sending letters to the Crown asking them to withdraw? And I was like, listen, the Crown has problems with their case, but if I tell them what the problems with the case are, they will fix them. So we literally cannot use this to negotiate them withdrawing your charges. We are just going to wait until trial. And then on trial date, we won. But the client was like, why are you not doing more? I'm like, the thing that you need me to do right now is to pump the brakes. And that's what you're paying me for, is to know that I need to pump the brakes here.
Yep.
And so, yeah, it's sometimes that's the skill, is like to just know when to do F all is is important. England DG says, sort of lost respect with you, Danny, because what you said was head is silly. I think that was with regards to the Jags.
Oh, just be clear, that was at the time that I was operating in. right? As a young woman looking at it, I'm a pilot, and so I wanted to fly. And at the time too, women were restricted from certain aircraft, and I
Oh,
wanted to
that
fly like
sucks.
the F-35. Well, they changed the law, like they changed the policy almost immediately after I had taken the ASVAB and everything. So I was seriously considering doing it, and I have the utmost respect, like I said, for our veterans and our people in uniform. But it's those are hard cases, and it's not my cup of tea. Some of those cases I couldn't do, like the kitty diddling in other countries that sometimes JAG has to deal with.
Yeah,
Um, and the essays in other countries as well. Um, I couldn't I couldn't take those
that's
cases
that's
or
the
the
other
case.
problem is JAG has a lot less freedom as to what cases they take.
Yep.
It's you're taking this case or you're insubordinate.
Right,
Um,
and that's why I say that's for a similar reason I couldn't work doing, criminal defense. That's what I meant by that comment, but I have the utmost respect for your dad who served, and I'm grateful for his service.
and as I said, it's a tremendously difficult and impressive job. So
It
I
is.
I give points on that. What's this? And here for years says Ian, family law is in what Rob practices. Absolutely, I could not
Mhm.
do Rob's practice. I don't think Rob would like doing mine. I wouldn't want to do Danny's practice. I wouldn't want to do like all sorts of people's
I do
job. I
family
would,
law too, so you wouldn't want
yeah,
to. Yeah.
all sorts of people who I like. Peter Tragos, love his content, love his stuff, love his thoughts on things. You know, even when I disagree with him, I like hearing how he got to it. Um, I couldn't do his job. I wouldn't want to do his job. He, you know, so all of that is all of that is just know where you fit. The wonderful thing about law is that there are so many different kinds of law. Um, a friend of mine does wills and estates. She does not go into courtrooms a lot. So, um, yeah, um, just is what it is. And I mean, she loves it. I wouldn't. England DG says, let me explain what JAG does. When our nuclear missile blew up in Germany in the 80s, in Germany, who do you think handled it? You didn't even know about that, did you? Why? Um, Fair enough.
I actually did know about that, but yeah. I like I said, I have the most respect for Jag.
Yeah.
No
Um,
shade.
Equality says, not sure why my super chat isn't showing. Love you both. I don't know.
Aw,
Super chats have been acting up. It just is what
love
it
you
is.
too, Equality. Cutest
Uh,
name on the internet.
England DG says, I want to sue Amtrak for being really hating me because I missed my train. I'm sure they did that because I'm Cherokee. Can you get me millions? I sent you something sweet. I think that's talking about the the thank yous and so forth. I don't do civil law. I don't do tort stuff because I don't know that I could like what is it? If you saw the Gwyneth Paltrow case,
Oh my gosh, I love that case so much. I went
I
there
liked
in
I
person.
liked watching that case. I would hate running that case.
Personal injury, man. That's everything.
I just it just isn't for me. It is for some other people, right?
But you
Um,
need to have a war chest to do that. That's the other thing. You do a lot of things in law because you need money at the end of the day. So, like, I wouldn't be doing family law if I wasn't making money doing it.
yeah.
I would 100% go back to school and become a marine biologist or something.
And Yellow Pill 17 says, have you ever had to deal with a case where a police officer lied in their police report? All the freaking time. With someone close to me, the body cam footage definitely contradicts what was written in the report. I had a police officer testify on the stand in court under oath that this guy had all four wheels cross the center line and then back. And then we rolled the video footage, and he was just driving stably in his lane. And the officer's like, well, I must not have caught it on video. It's like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, how do you think that happened? So, yeah. Um, Scent Bunny is saying, did the country lawyer ever get his gift? I missed the updates on that. He did, and he actually sent me back a very nice thank you. I'm gonna send him a. I'm gonna send him an update. I'm gonna send him something else because I actually thought it was really nice of him. So yeah.
That's super sweet.
In the military, walk the dog means to rehearse or get a plan straight.
Oh, coming in with
makes,
the stuff. Maybe that's okay.
Yep. And England DG says, okay, you're going to keep making stuff up. I think we're just giving our thoughts here.
Yes, I am. But
okay.
Look how cute this little toy is for when I have a baby someday. I saw this cute little airplane and I fell in love. And
nice.
So I keep it right here next to my desk.
I just got my nephew a little wooden. So when I went to Kouri's funeral out in the UK, I was at a museum and they had a little like a wooden bus, like a double-decker bus toy, and so I sent that along. So that
It's so sweet.
Oh, I
all of that story. The fact that you traveled out there for a child's funeral who I'm assuming haven't met in person.
I haven't met him in person. I guess, and but I sort of, all of us really cared and really were trying to do what we could to support him. And we knew what the outcome was going to be, even though we hoped it wouldn't. And funerals and all of that are less about the person who's passed and more about the people who are around them. And, I talked to Pixie. I think she really needed somebody to be there from sort of the LawTube community. I think she needed people there, right? And I think she needed that support. So I mean, if somebody's inviting me to a funeral and they're not like a complete stranger, I'm going to try to be there.
That's sweet. You better come to mine.
You better not die anytime soon. I'm out of vacation days.
Wait, how old are you?
I am 43.
Damn it. All right. Well, I'll come to your funeral then, because I'm going to live till I'm 109.
That's fair. I might.
That's my life date. Hold on. My dog keeps squeaking. I'll be right back.
Oh, so bring the dog.
I am bringing the dog.
Excellent. Northern Wanderers says, our private prosecutors only used for police brutality cases. Is it only a Canadian thing? Where I am, they will actually not really do much private prosecution stuff. So, yeah.
Are you
all right. Oh.
He's mad because I locked him out of the room. So he's just mouthing, but it just feels like he's biting all the time. Hey, can you pay attention and not be biting? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for licking my face. Here, give mommy kisses, and then I'll put you.
I wonder what he'll think about the pup swoop.
He's getting his unmentionables lopped off tomorrow, so he doesn't know that yet. Shh, it's a secret. Say bye, everybody. This is the last time you'll see me as a man dog. I'm gonna revert to a little boy. Huh? You're gonna be less nippy, hopefully. Oh, you monster! Ow! That one actually hurt, dude. Easy. He still has some puppy teeth, so he's just sharp boy. Anyway, he only wanted in here so he could destroy my office. So I will now be escorting the little fuzzy terrorist out of here.
All right, I'm gonna play the pup swoop, and then we'll go to our next case here.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to play.
I'll be back.
I'm gonna have to play that again as soon as Danny's back. So the next case I guess we'll talk about is Russell Brand, and I'm gonna talk about it pretty like eyes in the sky level kind of thing. So Russell Brand has been accused of a variety of sexual offenses by a variety of people, and the evidence that's been presented so far are Twitter messages, and there's a claim that a rape kit was taken at the time. Now, I'm going to say the Twitter message on that is that you can was basically a statement of regret, and I'm just going to say I don't know what the Twitter messages can be interpreted either way. They can be interpreted as there was a serious sex assault, or the Twitter messages can be interpreted as we did some things consensually that I regret. And I don't know which it is, right? I know what they're claiming, but a lot of people have pointed to, oh, there's some like Photoshop artifacts. And I just go, yeah, it looks to me like those Twitter messages were stitched together to make a, one consistent image from several screenshots. That's how I interpret that. The other thing people have been saying is, listen, why are they reporting it now? And I don't know. The thing is it's kind of a myth that people report things right away necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Late reporting is really super common.
Yep, that's why we got rid of the statute of limitations, especially for younger people, and especially for people who are in the vulnerable because they're in the start of their career, which are the most preyed upon group in Hollywood.
Yeah. And I mean, here in Canada, there is no statute of limitations on SA charges. And in fact, sometimes we see charges that are brought that are literally like 40 years later. I've seen charges where like there's a woman in her 40s charging like, and there's a guy who is in his 80s, and they're saying, back in the day he SA'd me. And it's like, okay. And people get convicted on that sometimes. Here, it's a bit odd because a news organization basically went around talking to people and basically said a lot of these women didn't want to talk about things until we came to interview them. And I'm like, okay, that's worrying. But people have asked me to take like a strong position on this, right? And like the strong position I'll take is I have no freaking idea. I don't know. I don't know if Russell Brand did things. I don't know if he didn't. But I will say that a lot of the I disagree with a lot of the criticisms, like saying it's clearly faked because it's a late report. It happens all the time. And I kind of think that I think there's a certain group of people who have dealt with or who saw the Depp trial and are now a little too eager to think that everyone is an Amber Heard.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Amber Heard is kind of the rare exception, not the everyday. Most domestic complainants are not making it up. Most SA complainants are not making it up. But that isn't all, right? And the thing is that you need to exercise skepticism, even if it's 1 in 10, even if it's 1 in 100. You still need to exercise skepticism because it can be a big deal. So the Russell Brand thing, a lot of people wanted me to talk about it. I'm going to talk about it really briefly, and this is really kind of the brief discussion. I don't know at this point. I don't know what is going on. I want to see more evidence, and I want to see if this ends up going into, into court. And Nicholas makes this point: the doctored text message leaves questions, but that can be editorial, not necessarily illegal. I mean, the text message is clearly edited. It was clearly photo edited, right? And the problem is that there's multiple reasons why it could be photo edited. And the one that leaps out to me is what happens all the time is you want to get your text messages, right? And so what do? Well, you open up your text message document and you take a screenshot. And then you scroll down so you can see more of them, and then you take another screenshot. You scroll down, and then you just have to weld all of those together, right? You have to stitch them together. Most people are not very good about at editing, right? And so their edits are super obvious. I think that's what that is, right? But the critical thing on this is innocent until proven guilty is a legal concept. It is how the courts operate. You are not bound by it. You can form whatever opinion you want. There is no rule against it. There is no law against it. There is no anything like that. However, it is a wise thing to be cautious. And it is a wise thing to be cautious, especially the more lurid the
allegations
get. And I will say, the more lurid things get, sometimes things get sufficiently lurid that I know they're faked. I forget which one it was that I caught a ton of shit over. And this was before I was on YouTube.
Kavanaugh?
Not Kavanaugh. It was the, it was at a university. And
oh, is this the mattress girl?
Yes, the one where she
Yes.
She made the allegation that she had been thrown through a glass table.
Yep.
And I went, this is fake. And people gave me shit over that. Tons of shit over that. And I'm like, no. Because one of the hallmarks of a fake allegation is that they're too lurid, that they're too... they're sort of too cinematic, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but on the flip side of that, people who do those lurid things, who are engaged in that material, get away with it all the time because of that, because nobody believes them. Jeffrey Epstein is a perfect example.
But one of the other things to watch out for is things where you should be seriously injured and you're not.
That I agree with. That I'll agree with.
And that one I was like, you were thrown through a glass table.
Yep.
That to me says that you should have been seriously injured. And she says she was essayed in the broken glass, like the mattress girl. And I'm like, that didn't happen. Sorry, it just didn't happen.
I mean, my whole thing is this, right? There is no evidence in this yet. Now, is there evidence in the court of public opinion? Sure. My thinking is, though, is that they better be right, because I would sue for defamation.
Yeah.
So they better have some elements or some serious truth to them, to the claims that are made, specifically how they are made too.
The thing is, it's
Hollywood, though. Like, I'm sorry, but I have a hard time saying that he didn't do something. Now, to what extent he did something is another discussion, but it's Hollywood. Everyone is dirty there. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm going to immediately assume everyone's dirty. Everyone screwed over someone at some point. And is it likely that he was engaged in something? Probably, yeah. Because there is a culture there. That's why, this, in my opinion, the ongoing narrative of a RAPE culture, right, of a grape culture, is so prevalent in Hollywood and kind of limited to Hollywood. That's where this is started and where it's been expanded. It's like, it's been around since before Marilyn Monroe. Go all the way back to Charlie Chaplin. I mean, it goes all the way back.
I kind of assume that past a certain point of wealth and power, that the vast majority of people are crappy. And like, it's hard to say, right? It's hard to be sure. But like, just And I mean, I think that there's a very few people who are not that. Like, I would be surprised so far from what I've heard to hear if Keanu Reeves was a crappy person. But so many of the Hollywood people, I'm just like,
I wouldn't
yeah,
be surprised by any of them because the amount of producers, production team assistants, managers, talent scouts, people in positions of power who are notoriously skeezy and
yeah.
disgusting. And they treat your body, your image, and who you are as a commodity to be exploited. And they will exploit you. And that includes sexually. And it's disgusting. It's
And
disgusting. I don't
I
care how
have,
talented my kid is. I'll do exactly what my mom did when talent scouts spotted me at the freaking mall and she said, "You can go, stick it where the sun don't shine." The answer is no.
I assume that a ton of people, ordinary people, like just random people, if you suddenly gave them fame and wealth and all of that stuff, um, might do shitty things.
Yep.
Um, I can say
Keyword
I've
there is
seen it.
might. We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I can
Yeah.
see it just with people who've had very limited power. The number of lawyers who abuse their underlings, including through creepy SA stuff, um, is lots. Um, but I don't know. That's the thing, is it comes
We
down
don't
to,
know.
I don't know. I've seen all of the evidence that has been trotted out so far, and I'm just like, I don't know. I just want to get more information before I make any decisions on that. And yeah. Oh, and
No,
I'm
to
seeing.
be clear, I'm not accusing Charlie Chaplin of SA, but didn't he marry someone who was underage?
I don't know.
I'll have to look it up. Let me
I
fact
know
check
he had a
myself.
really suspicious mustache.
Yeah. Let me just check it out because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't let me fact check myself, but I'm pretty sure that one of his wives were pretty dang young.
I don't know. I'm not gonna. Yeah. Um. All right. So I had a bunch of things I wanted to cover, and I guess the next one I'll look at is um, what is it? So Rust. We'll do a very brief update on Rust. I don't have the filings for, like, I don't have the decision for Rust, but basically the details on that. Baldwin's getting sued, and because of this lawsuit, he is seeking to stay that lawsuit because he's saying that there are criminal charges that might happen. So basically, what he's saying is hold off on the lawsuit until the criminal charges are fully and finally resolved. And the court has said, no, we're going ahead. They've said, listen, the charges have been dismissed without prejudice, so they could bring them back. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they will bring them back. But, I'm being told I have to do show you the other puppy swoop.
Oh, I want to see the other puppy soup.
So that was Zora when we first got her as a tiny little puppy. And Potter was super patient with her. And so Potter now no longer does the tug of war thing. He used to they would do a tug of war, but Zora got bigger, and Zora is still smaller than he is. But Zora now fights dirty on the tug of war. So Potter's like, no, we're not doing that. If they're doing a pulling on a rope things, Potter will just be like, nope, you win. I give up. But they are super cute.
Oh, by the
Zora,
way, I want to correct myself. Apparently, Charlie Chaplin did not engage in inappropriate relationships with very, very young women. I think the youngest was Lita Gray, 16. But the scandal involves his last marriage where he was much, much older. He was 54 and she was 18, which age gap between marriage doesn't bother me at all. That's fine.
But she was an adult.
She's an adult. Yep. And I retract my former statement.
Can I ask you to hold the fort for a moment? I very much need to use a machine in the other room.
Yes. Yes, I can.
Be right back.
Just kidding.
Please don't break anything.
I won't break anything. I won't lose any of your chats. And
Excellent.
also, I don't have the power to be a mod, so don't worry.
Cheers.
All right, chat. The show is mine. So yeah, no, I just think it's a dirty industry, and I don't think it's a very good at self-regulating type industry at all. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, just watch the Corey Feldman interview with The View, where people are turning and saying, how could you cast aspersions on an entire industry like this? And it's true though. Like, this has been going on for a really, really long time. Oh, sorry, my allergies are getting me. I did notice someone's calling me a liar. You know what? That's okay, bro. It's cool. It's cool. I don't want to start fights with anybody. Not tonight. I have enough shit on my plate. People always think that I'm into drama and that I want to start fights. That's not true. I get paid to fight. I get paid. And that's what I tell my husband every time we argue. I'm like, my billables are $375. Actually, they just got bumped up to $400. Charlie Chaplin's first wife was 16. That's Piano Dark Sherry. I mean, sure, maybe, but I don't think that was illegal at the time. And I think it's important to note the difference in relative morality, right? I do think that morality has changed over time, and what we consider social norms has changed over time. So there's that. Let's see. All hell Aphrodite. Wow, you guys are awesome. And I'm really sorry that I couldn't get my own stream up and running tonight. Runkle invited me on, and how could you say no to Runkle? I mean, he's the best, right? He's my big brother. So of course I'm going to say yes. To anybody who's been following what's been going on with the LDS Church and the co-founder or the founder of Operation Underground Railroad, for those who haven't seen Sound of Freedom, the church just came out, and the LDS Church spokesman issued a statement saying that the founder or one of the co-founders was immoral or unethical or something to that effect. So very strong language pointed at a current member of the LDS faith, who, by the way, is very strongly connected to the church. And then the church denied any type of connection and said, we don't support Operation Underground Railroad. We don't support anything like that. And yeah, it's messy. It's really messy. And so now they're going through and doing some damage control and deleting articles that are going on. But all of that is to say, I don't know why that's going on. Someone says, I saw that. I'm so damn confused. It's confusing if you don't understand the way that the church operates to protect, to sort of protect themselves. And I mean the church as in the organization, not the members, not the belief, not the religion, but the organization of the church itself. Has made a few PR flubs, in my opinion. And I think this may be one of them. Either that, or they just don't want to be associated with Operation Underground Railroad, which, to be fair, you as an organization do not need to associate with anyone. But I like the lying, because that is a flat out lie, that they didn't support him and that they weren't close in relationship with him. That was evident. All of those articles that they deleted off their own website.
I don't know what this one is about overall. I came in midway through, but
I was just entertaining your chat.
Yeah, it's all good.
I love to be called a liar, so spreading falsehoods everywhere. I sit on a throne of lies.
That's fair.
Anyway.
I mean, don't we all? So there's a bunch of cases as well to talk about. One of them that is, I guess, interesting here. I'm just trying to determine which one we should cover next because there's a whole bunch of things. Just got to pull up my Monday night cases folder because the other ones I had as bookmarks. Actually, I might. There's still some that might make sense in the bookmarks there. Did you hear about Bobert?
No, what happened there? I saw that allegedly on Twitter, so you know it's real, that
Yes.
she had allegedly said, "Do you know who I am?" and went full Karen. That's the extent of my understanding of that particular incident. But I'm assuming you're referring to something else.
She got yeeted from Beetlejuice the musical, and she said that. So she made us that made the news that she got yeeted from Beetlejuice the
What
musical.
was she doing? Standing up and singing the songs?
Well, she said that she was singing too enthusiastically and that she was vaping. That's what she said.
Okay, if you're vaping, you can get the F out. I'm sorry. If it's against the rules, it's against the rules, chick. Hit the
Oh,
road,
but
Jack.
there's new allegations. Um, so these are the allegations, and there's apparently a surveillance clip that was released.
Okay.
So, the new surveillance clip obtained by TMZ appears to show the Republican representative getting aggressively handsy with her date during the family-friendly performance,
Oh,
recommended
oh.
for children ages 10 and up. Security cameras caught Bobert's male plus one overtly fondling her breast, prompting her to dip her hand between his legs. The groping
Oh,
continued on for several minutes, with Bobert at one point grinning and squirming about in her seat before she placed another hand below her partner's belt.
I
Um,
mean, they are in a dark theater, but my
yeah,
husband, there's no way in hell, like during the election as an elected official, like you have to believe, you have to know every eye is on you at all times. Like you're not getting away with this shit.
this is something to like, assuming the allegations are correct. This is the kind of thing you can get away with in your home theater, but not the theater.
No, nah, definitely not. I mean, maybe that's part of their kink is the whole, fear of getting caught type thing.
Well, I can tell you, her next reelection campaign's gonna get real interesting.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be super spicy and hot. I would lean into it. I'd be like sexiest, the most sexually inclined or whatever. I would play it up. But to be okay, let me just say this. At least she didn't get caught doing blackface. Not
Uh,
once, not
oh,
twice.
I'm not saying Trudeau's a great politician because,
Oh, I was
whew,
referring to the Virginian governor.
oh, is there? Trudeau got caught multiple times doing blackface.
Yes, and which time did he apologize? And he was like, "I apologize for that time."
Well, the other thing is that he got asked at a, at some press thing, um, is the number of like, are the videos all of the times you did blackface? And he's like, I'm not answering that question.
Wise decision on his part. Wise decision. Can I tell you, have I told you my favorite conspiracy of all time?
No, but I will have to tell you mine afterwards.
Okay. Castro's son, Justin Trudeau.
I don't know. That one I'm just
Look
like,
at the pictures of him holding up his baby like effing Simba. Like, look at my son. He is more proud and interested. And then you have Justin Trudeau's mom hanging on freaking Castro's arm, like, oh, look at our baby. And then, like, every instance they're together, she's all over the guy. Like, every public photo talking about, I mean, you talk about public indecency and people like freaking canoodling in public. Justin
now,
Trudeau's daddy, Castro.
Paul Rubens was arrested for that when he was doing it at a theater for that. Yeah, he was at a porn theater and was alleged. I think that the world did Paul Rubens dirty.
I think he did himself dirty, literally.
He went to a porn theater and jerked it. That's what porn theaters are for.
Why is he
Um,
going to the porn? Wait, what year is this?
this was in the year when porn theaters were still a thing. Like, I forget the year, but it was way back when.
I mean, here's my
It was
someone
like in
in
the
chat brought it
80s or
to
the
my attention.
90s. 1991. So that's when that happened.
When?
1991. So it was before you could just like grab all that stuff off the internet.
Yeah, you go and get your freaking Blockbuster card. I'm assuming Blockbuster was around in 1991, and you go and rent, okay? Or you purchase. Like, you don't go to a public I've never understood porn theaters. I don't get it. But I also don't understand fully like strip clubs. I'm not a dude. I don't get it. I'm out.
I will tell you, I don't get strip clubs either. I've been dragged to one and I was just like, this is the worst experience I can imagine. Because it's like a whole bunch of people who don't actually give a shit about you going around and trying aggressively to get your attention to pay them to do something that is soulless and empty. And I'm just like, wow, this feels like I'm paying to get mocked. Like it feels like I'm paying to get made fun of for like being shy. I'm just
That's
like,
how I felt like, and it's so condescending in nature. It's like, here, gaze upon my sexy body that you will never touch.
yeah, it's like going, I've used this analogy before. It's like going to a restaurant and getting them to bring out the steaks, and you will never eat steak. You do not get to eat steak. You just get to watch it go by. And it's like, why would you do that? That would be the worst restaurant ever. So
Unlike Jimmy John's, you pay for your smells.
I'm just like, why? So I don't know. There's people who like it. I'm not going to judge people for stripping or whatever else, but
Oh yeah, yeah. Don't judge it. I just don't get it. That's all.
I don't get it. It just seems like I just don't understand it in the slightest. I just it feels like a weird thing to me. I see somebody saying, I used to go to strip clubs that had great buffets worth the entry fee. Fair enough.
Hey, free food. You got me there, man. I mean, not technically free food. There's an entry fee, but I
Yeah,
do love
it's
food.
so this one is interesting because people ask me what are the legalities of this, and it's like, well, there could be public indecency sorts of charges. There could be, you know, all sorts of interesting things. We'll have to see. And the more she, because it seems like these releases are being timed to address her denials, right? She's saying like, "Oh, I didn't do anything," and there's a certain point where you just take the L and move on. Because like, if the initial reports were she got escorted out and she was vaping, I'd be like, "Yeah, you know what? I was a jackass." Okay, like,
I would have taken it. I would have taken that L right there. Well, and what
yeah,
she should have done is she should have pulled a Nancy, right? An Auntie Nancy. You remember this during 2020 where there was the lockdowns in San Francisco, and Aunt Nancy, who was like, "Come on down to Chinatown," quote, end quote, on that one.
jeez,
Okay. She in San Francisco was like going to get her hair done, and she insisted on having her hairstylist do her hair. She didn't wear a mask through a portion of it. Anyway, when she finally gets called out by the media for the hypocrisy of the act, she goes, "Yeah, I'm guilty of a setup." She totally wrote it to the end. And now she's
wow.
running for re-election. So there you go.
I mean, this is the thing: is politicians are the worst. Um,
Yes.
somebody asked, like, somebody suggested I should run for politics, and I'm like, the worst case scenario is I get elected, and then you have to spend all of your time hanging out with other politicians, and it's just like, oh my god, I hate these people.
Yeah.
So I would just
Or
hate my
you could
life in that case.
You could just do a Calvin Coolidge move where, you show up, you say nothing, you let your wife do all the talking, you go home and you get your work done.
That is fair. Um, or just show up, say nothing, collect a paycheck, and leave. Um, so, yeah, I don't get it. I just don't understand don't understand what was going on this one. But
Oh, wait. I just remembered. Do you remember the panty burglar? The one who showed up in his panties at Nancy Pelosi's home soon after that.
What?
Yes, and he was threatening Nancy Pelosi's wife. And like he was in his underwear and he claimed to know the guy. Okay, so Nancy Pelosi's husband claimed to know the guy over the phone. Now, that could have been done to try and like de-escalate the situation, right? Like, oh yeah, he's just my friend or whatever with the guy. But like it was just very weird. Anyway, so the cops show up and you can see Nancy Pelosi's husband's hand on his arm. The guy has a hammer in his right hand. And Nancy Pelosi's husband goes to move out of the way. Like,
oh, yeah, yeah.
And then he attacks him with the hammer. Okay, but here's the weird part. I still haven't seen point of entry photos. There are so many weird things about this. And apparently they may have had some kind of alleged prior relationship, Nancy Pelosi's husband and the panty burglar guy. My guess on that, I will keep to myself. But hilarious. And also she is, well, not hilarious. I feel bad for her husband who got hit with the hammer. That is tragic.
I just think they need to do a movie on this one, and the score needs to be done by MC Hammer.
Right? I don't condone that. It's not funny, guys.
It's a little funny.
It's a little funny.
I wanted to talk about this story as well. Did you see this one? Danish artist who submitted empty frames as artwork told to repay funding.
Interesting.
So basically, this guy did an artwork where his original artwork was an average Danish annual income, which displayed cash fixed to canvas in a frame. And so then he went to the museum and said, I want to do this artwork. I need about like, what is that? 61,000 pounds. That's got to be what? Like $100,000 somewhere in there. More than 50 grand. We'll go with that. He's like, I need more than 50 grand to do this artwork. I need to borrow that because it's going to be in the art, right? So it's going to be in that thing. So what he did instead was he delivered works that were 2 empty frames with the title, Take the Money and Run.
Oh, okay. So it's a little creative, mild, like it's kind of like a dad joke level of creation. No, yeah. Dad jokes are funnier than that. Dad jokes are more creative than that. This is like the kind of joke I would try to make if I was trying to be friends with people.
So they then go and they put the artworks up, but they're like, hey, we do actually want the money, though. Like, we want the money back. And
did he sell the piece? I take it. Wait, no, because this is in a museum, not a gallery.
Yeah, his response was to just take the money. And he's like, I'm not giving the money back. So they took him to court.
I love this joke. Okay.
So they took him to court, and the
he showed up.
He showed up, and the court ultimately ordered that he had to repay the money that was loaned to him in order to make this display.
Boo.
But he should still get his fee of 40,000 krona, which I don't know. I'm guessing it's like, yeah, it's like $1,000 or something. I don't know. Somebody in the chat can do the calculation.
I feel like okay, but hear me out. Okay. What was the exact service, or what was it exactly that the museum was paying and loaning to him?
They were paying him 40,000 krona.
Okay.
And loaning him 500,000.
I see. So he was paid separately. So this art performance or the display of his art, he was already compensated for. So I could see where the judge is coming back and saying, no, you were already compensated for that. This is not part of your compensation.
This is not part of your compensation. This was loaned to you as part of a display. And I mean, you can do a comparison with like And I see people are saying $3,500 for the was his fee.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah.
That's not
He
bad.
based
Give it
he
back.
I mean, he made a statement. He said, I encourage other people who have working conditions as miserable as mine to do the same. If they're sitting in some shitty job and not getting paid and are actually being asked to pay money to go to work, then grab what you can and beat it.
Yeah, that's great advice for someone who wants to go to jail and or lose their job or both. Like, what the hell is wrong? You know what? You know what? Nope, I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. You know what? I encourage this level of stupidity. I feel like if I were the judge, I would say, "Sorry, museum, you were the idiots to allow him to do this. You incur the fee. It's called the stupidity fee. People incur this fee often in my court." I'm half inclined to do that. So, you know what? Whatever.
Well, and he made a statement as well. He said, the work is that I've taken their money. It's not theft, it's breach of contract, and breach of contract is part of the work. Now, if he did this in Canada, I don't think that the issue would be breach of contract. I think the issue would be fraud. Because he's telling them that he's borrowing this money to use in the work, right? To put in the frame.
Sure.
And he knows that he's not going to do that.
Do you think he has a conversion argument that
I
he
think
created something new out of this?
I mean, he may have an argument as to, like that he made this artwork, but I think that I think he'd get dinged for fraud.
What if he sold it back to the museum? Now I just sound like a dumb blonde. I'm going to stop talking.
This is an interesting legal case, like an interesting legal issue.
It is. It is. In theory, it's interesting. In practice, with this bum, not so interesting. I wonder if he had painted the Krona or done something to the Krona and spread it across the canvas and then kept it.
Yeah,
But it's still alone. It's still alone, regardless.
It's really interesting.
He was already compensated.
I also think that this gives you just a really good reason to be skeptical of the high art world. Because I'm going to tell you, if an artist asks you to lend them 75 grand, don't do it.
Let me sell you this banana, says every high art artist in the world.
I'm just like, okay, really? And I mean, this guy's like, I wasn't paid enough. I only got $3,500 for this. And I'm like, but you got $3,500 for stealing somebody else's money.
See, what was stupid about this is he should have made it a performance art piece where he literally takes the money and runs away and says that was an additional fee for the performance aspect of this art piece, which I call take the money and run. You're welcome.
And this one is somebody says, is this an old art story? This was just decided in court. The court decision was that he would have to repay the money, but also gets to keep his finder's fee. Because I think that they were like, we want to keep your finder's fee because you tried to rip us off. So, yeah. Let's talk about Sam Bankman-Fraud. I mean, Fried. I keep making that mistake. Although it's Bankman-Fried, even though he's in custody, I don't know how that works.
Okay, but here's the thing. Is he doing anything all that different than freaking trading houses?
Sam Bankman-Fried?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's kind of stealing the money.
Oh, did he take the money and run?
That's the allegation anyway.
Oh, take the money and
run. So
I hate people like this, by the way. People who steal money, everybody kind of laughs it off like, oh, it's just a white collar crime thing. It's like, no, that's retirement money that someone worked really hard for. That represents years and years of enjoyment gone in an instant. It's really evil.
is a certain point where it's like you are investing in cryptocurrency, and you should have known that would be a problem. But I being told I have to swoop. Swoop.
Just lifts it up so cute, and there's a little red ball, like the kind that you used to play with dodgeball.
It's like a special dog ball toy thing.
Are kids allowed to play dodgeball these days? I don't even
Probably not. They probably have to wear a helmet if they do. So the other super cute thing about Zora, she was sleeping on the couch, and I went down to go have a nap. So I'm just like, it was when I'm working from home, I'll often take my lunch break and just spend it having a nap. And so I'm like, I'm going to go have a nap. And Zora came running up, like off the couch, and like springs into the bed and then just walks up next to me and floop right up against me. I'm like, oh, this is the super cutest thing.
Well,
So,
before I take off, I don't, because I do have to take off. I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
no, it's
I have
probably
to
way
draft
late where
in the
you are.
morning. But before I take off, I am going to say not all crypto is a scam. If you don't own your keys, you own nothing. And make sure that you have your own node operating in your own house, and you have on ramps and off ramps, because the risk for this type of behavior and the risk to get screwed over is enormous.
The risk is 100%.
Yeah, treat all of the investment that you have in crypto as though you are in the Wild West. And
if you're ever making investments that are like shorting crypto or anything like that, then your risk is infinite.
yeah, it's 100% risk at that point in my mind. So
it's not just 100, it's infinite percent, because you could theoretically end up owing more money than you ever like put up.
Yeah.
But I will say, if you are buying a picture of a monkey or a llama or any other thing that is an NFT, you should not do that. I'm being told that I should do
about that. What's sad about NFTs is they were designed to be a marker of intellectual property rights.
And even for that, they're stupid.
Yeah. Other than that, they're stupid. Don't go buying pictures.
No, even for that, they're stupid.
I don't know yet. But listen, I am more interested in blockchain technology as it is. Okay. It's kind of like when people laughed at www, right? And everybody laughed at the doing anything online, and you had dial-up, which took an hour.
I've yet to see a problem that blockchain solves instead of causing another problem.
We'll have to talk about that, because I wrote papers on it in law school, and it's kind of like my whole thing.
I would love to have. We should set up a time just to have a discussion of, like,
we should talk about blockchain and its utilization and some of the risks associated with it and what it could mean moving forward. My issue is not with blockchain. My issue is blockchain combined with AI, combined with biotech or bioidentity. So when you combine all three, that's where it starts to get super, super risky, or any one of the two, actually. But anywho, so I'll save that for another day.
I'm being told I need to make you read this before you go.
Runkles, make Danny read it. Danny, Bo, Banny, Banana, Fana, Fo, Fanny, Fee, Mo, Manny, Danny, Wachaim.
Nice.
Thank you.
And also tell everyone your channel, and tell everyone your channel, sort of, let people know where to find you. Danny's channel is great. Go check it out. But I'll let you sort of do a promo before you go.
Yeah. So come check out my channel, Danny on Direct. We have a lot of fun over there. We talk a lot of crap. I am all about conjecture. I talk about everything I'm interested in talking about, whether or not I have necessarily the facts to back it up. But when I do, you bet your bottom dollar I do. And I come bearing receipts, because I am nothing but a generous goddess. So come check out my channel, donate. I will thank you forever. I do super chat dances, which is a lot of fun. They're as intriguing and as alluring as they are entertaining. So please come and check out Danny on Direct. We have a ton of fun there. And for everyone who doesn't know, on my most recent video, I came out with that video soon after the arrest was issued, and I was relying on the facts that were available at the time. I don't need to be corrected on true crime crap. I don't do true crime crap. The only reason I cover the freaking Ruby Frankie case is because I have personal experience in those areas. And also, this is in my jurisdiction. So, baby, you're in my house. Welcome to the mad world. I live and practice civil law, primarily family law. We're a lot more fun than criminal law. Just kidding. It's actually not nearly as fun, but it is fun because of how goofy the rules are in civil procedure, and that leads to some really fun rulings in a lot of cases that you wouldn't otherwise expect. It leads to moments where defense counsel, or actually in that case it was the plaintiff's counsel, asking Gwyneth Paltrow to come and reenact the skiing scene with the defendant or with the plaintiff. So
that was weird.
That was real weird.
That was super weird.
It's definitely not unheard of in civil law. So thank you so much for having me. I really do appreciate it.
So, happy to have you, and have a great night, and hopefully we'll have you on again soon.
Runkle, you're the best. Love you guys. Night.
Cheers. All right, let's cover some other super chats here before we go. That one I think was just pretty much directly there. Our private prosecutor is only used for police brutality cases. It is only a Canadian thing. We don't even really use them for that. England DG, exactly. You're making stuff up. You didn't grow up in Germany to fight Russia as I did. You didn't grow up close to nuclear missiles, one of which exploded, which you lied about. So, Levi Clow, can you run us through C-21 briefly again, and also the fact that the amnesty is yet to be extended, just about a month away? CCFR may cover this too. I should do a video about that, but probably we'll get into the weeds here. So that would take a long time, and I don't think we have time for it today. But let's do a C-21 video again soon. Cruffle Island says, there's two versions of the text with different spellings, behavior versus behavior. We're definitely not seeing the originals. Yeah, and it would be weird to have the originals after that long. England DG, I totally disagree. Women screwing men to get things happens. It does. The assumption that it's all men, everything she says is just stupid. And England DG, oh wow, Charlie Chaplin, this one thing, who ran Lucille Ball's studio? I don't know enough about old cinema, I gotta say. Nicholas Staro's Trial Watch, apparently Odin has entered the Delphi case. I guess I have to cover that mess. That'll be interesting. Lady Law Sandra, thank you very much for joining, much appreciated. England DG, she's just mad because I don't trust her. She may be right or she may be wrong, but I don't trust her. Fair. Dilo Agthe, they escorted her out. Not the first time the words escort and Bobert have appeared in the same sentence. But And Joey Jones Donnelly, thanks for making me feel not crazy. After hearing the Australia tape in full, that Johnny was extremely lucky to get out when he did. Yep, I think so too. I think that was going to end up in a very bad place. All right, and I don't know if I covered, but thank you, Jeremy Morton, for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. All right, let us look at Sam Bankman-Fried. Oh, that is super tiny. This is the one we want to look at here. So Sam Bankman-Fried, the issue here is that he gave a list of proposed jury questions. So what that means is that he wants to ask these questions of the jury so that they can decide which jurors should be on the panel and which ones should not. And the prosecution had some notions about this. So this is what they're seeking here. Introduction. You're being considered for jury service in a criminal case involving charges against Samuel Bankman-Fried. This case is very important to both sides, and they depend on you to respond as fully and honestly as you can to every question. If there is any question that you prefer to answer in private, please let us know, and we will arrange for that to happen. If you do not understand any of the terms I use, please bring that to my attention as well. And then they're going to continue on with cases. Pretrial publicity. Have you seen or heard anything about this case? If so, where and what? Two, based on anything you've read, seen, or heard about this case, have you formed any opinion about this case? If so, what is your opinion? And B, could you completely ignore that if you were a juror in this case? 3, have you read, seen, or heard anything about the company's FTX or Alameda research? If so, where and what? Now, so far, these questions, they get objected to by the prosecution, but I will say, I don't think that the questions so far are that bad. But we're going to get into some questions that are really bad, I think. Based on anything you've seen, read, seen, or heard about this case, have you formed any opinion about these companies? If so, what is your opinion? B, could you completely ignore that if you were a juror in this case? 5, have you read, seen, or heard anything about Samuel Bankman-Fried? If so, what and where? Could you completely ignore that if serving as a juror in this case? 6, based on anything you've read, seen, or heard about this case, have you formed any opinion about Sam Bankman-Fried? Okay, that's very similar. If so, what is your opinion and what's it based upon? Could you completely put that out of your mind if serving as a juror in this case? These questions are a little too in-depth, I think, but they're not completely crazy. But we're going to get into some that are a problem. So, based on anything you have read, seen, or heard about this case, have you already formed an opinion about Samuel Bankman-Fried's guilt or innocence? If so, please explain. What is the basis of your opinion? And then here's where we get to a really interesting one. If you were a juror on this case, would you agree that Samuel Bankman-Fried would be starting off a little bit behind, or that the government might have a little head start? That is entirely inappropriate. That is some nope. All the nope. This is what we call a push poll question. And what push polling is if you get asked to do a survey, like a political survey, sometimes those political surveys are things where they ask you your opinion because they want to know your opinion. But a lot of surveys are done not because they want to know your opinion, but because they want to shape your opinion. And so, you could ask, for example, a push poll question would be something like, could you, if you're doing a voter survey and you wanted to do a push poll, you might ask something like, would you vote for Lauren Boebert knowing that she had sexual contact with a partner in a children's theater? And I'm not saying she did, but that was an allegation. It's a good example here. That poll question you don't care about the answer to that. What you care about is asking the question and making people go, I don't know about that. Would you vote for this person knowing that they paroled a multiple murderer? Is a push poll question. Again, you don't care what the answer is. You're telling them what the answer ought to be, right? It's very strongly implied that the answer to that is no, I don't want to vote for that person. And that's why you, that's why you ask that question, is to tell people that they don't want to do it. So, Lori Ellis, I love saying just got hired for my first job since my hip replacement in March, behind in bills, but would love a gifted membership if someone is gracious. Unfortunately, the gifted memberships are random. So you'll have to click the sort of triple dots there and say that you will accept gifted memberships. But after that, it is random. So may the odds be ever in your favor. But yeah. Have you verbally stated or posted your opinion online or on social media or any other way about Samuel Bankman-Fried, FTX, Alameda Research, or this case? If so, what did you post and where? And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? What did you verbally state or post your opinion online? And what did you say or post and where? Like, that is really invasive. So I talked to my wife about this case, and I thought that FTX seemed kind of sketchy, and I said I was glad we didn't invest in it. Like, do you really have to say that to them? Based on anything you've read, seen, or heard about the case or Samuel Bankman-Fried, including anything about the criminal charges brought against him, is there any reason you could not follow the judge's instructions to put that information completely out of your mind and decide this case based solely on the evidence presented at trial as if you never saw or heard that information? And I gotta say, if I'm the juror, I'm going to be answering this with, you know what? I'm going to have a really hard time judging him fairly so long as that continues to be his haircut. I will vote against him just because of his haircut. So, yeah. All right. Cryptocurrency / financial literacy. Please indicate if you never have or would never buy, sell, or transact in any way in cryptocurrencies or crypto assets. If so, please explain. They want to rule out people who don't invest in crypto, which is weird. Have you or a family member or someone close to you ever lost money trading cryptocurrency or crypto assets? If so, what do you believe caused that loss? They want to not just rule out people who haven't invested in crypto. They also want to rule out any people who've lost money in crypto. Do you have a negative opinion about cryptocurrency, the cryptocurrency markets, cryptocurrency businesses, or people who work in cryptocurrency? Yes. If so, what is your opinion and what is your reason or basis? Most of it is crap, and because it is full of frauds and dirtbags. There's so many of them. Would you say your opinion is at all negative regarding people who work in the financial industry, the banking industry, the stock market, or hedge funds? Yes. If so, what is your opinion and what is your reason or basis? Yeah. If a company involved in the cryptocurrency industry or the financial industry fails, do you feel that only the owners of the company must be to blame? I don't know about only, but, surely they take some blame, right? If so, why and what is your basis? I mean, you are the owner of the company. The buck stops with you, dude. Who can answer this other than true, right? Effective altruism. Do you have any negative opinion about amassing wealth to support causes to improve the world or help others? If so, what is your opinion and why? That's another push-pull question. Also, go F yourself, because Samuel Bankman-Fried, you enriched yourself plenty, dude. It is not like you were living in a, garret so that you could, fund charitable causes. You were living a life of absolute luxury while paying off politicians. Go F yourself. Have you heard of or are you familiar with a philosophical movement called effective altruism, or EA? Is there anything you've read, seen, or heard about effective altruism that would make it hard for you to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Political donations / lobbying. Do you think it's wrong to contribute large amounts of money to political candidates or lobbying groups such as PACs as a general principle? Yes. Do you think it is wrong for people to contribute money to political candidates or lobbying groups to help their interests? Yes. Or at least large amounts. ADHD. Now I'm just going to say, Samuel Bankman-Fried. All right, we're well past 2 hours. Fuck you, Samuel Bankman-Fried. The defendant in this case has ADHD, which might affect things like his physical behavior, body language, or eye contact. Please raise your hand if you have never had any personal or professional experience with ADHD. If you've never had any personal or professional experience with ADHD, do you have any opinion about the fact that the defendant has ADHD? If so, what is your opinion? My opinion is fuck you, don't use that as an excuse, you sack of crap. B, could you completely ignore that if you were a juror in this case? Yeah. Nature of the charges / crime victim. Have you or a family member or someone close to you ever been the victim of a crime? If so, please explain. Might that experience make you side with the alleged victims in this case? That's a reasonable question, I guess. Have you or a family member or someone close to you ever been the victim of fraud? If so, is there any way that may make it hard for you to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Fair enough. Have you or a family member or someone close to you ever lost money or been the victim of a financial scam? This is a push-pull question as well, but why are they asking this one? Because this one is a push-pull question that suggests that he's a scammer. If yes, please, or if so, please explain. Could that experience make you tend to lean one way or the other? If so, please explain. A lot of these open-ended questions are weird because typically when you're asking jurors questions, it's just like yes, there's a lot of yes/no questions. Like raise your hand if, and then you ask people those questions, like people who raise their hand for their questions. Have you ever been the victim of identity theft, or has someone else ever used your financial information or your money without your consent? Have you or anyone close to you ever had any experience that might make it hard for you to be a completely fair and impartial juror to both sides in this case equally? Indictment. Does the number of charges against the defendant make you believe that the defendant is probably guilty of at least something? If so, please explain. Do you feel this case is likely to have merit based on the fact that it has gotten to trial? If so, please explain. Relationship with the government. So some of these are going to be legitimate questions. Have you or a family member or someone close to you ever worked in law enforcement, the justice system, the courts? If so, would that experience tend to make you lean in favor of the government in any way or feel disloyal to them if you did not? Do you know or have any association, professional, business, or social, directly or indirectly, with any member of the staff of the United States Attorney's Office or the Southern District of New York or any other prosecutor / or prosecuting entity? That makes some sense. Are you now or have you ever been a communist? No, I'm kidding. That's not actually a question. Do you or anyone you know have mesothelioma? If so, you could be entitled to a big reward. That's also that's also a joke, but thank you, chat. You guys are hilarious. Do you know or have any association, professional, business, or social, directly or indirectly, with any member of the staff of the SEC or CFTC? And then explain. Do you know or have any association, professional, business, or social, directly or indirectly, with the FBI? If so, please explain, and might it affect your ability? Have you, a family member, or anyone close to you ever worked for any branch or department of the government? If so, please explain who and where and what capacity to the best of your knowledge. Yeah, my brother worked for the Department of Sanitation. He picks up garbage. I mean, not my brother. I'm giving the hypothetical. My aunt works at the DMV. She cleans toilets. Like, there's a certain point where this is just going to get ridiculous. Personal relationship with the case participants. Do you or a family member or someone close to you personally know or have any dealings, past or present, with Samuel Bankman-Fried? If so, please explain. Now, here's the thing. This is a great question for the prosecution to ask. Do you know Mr. Bankman-Fried? It's a weird question to ask as the defense. Because as the defense, you're like, I really don't want any jurors who know Samuel Bankman-Fried because clearly they're going to think he sucks. Yeah. Do you or a family member or someone close to you personally know or have past dealings with the U.S. attorneys, like the prosecutors? Do you or a family member or someone else personally know or have past dealings with Nicholas Roos, Danielle Sassoon, Danielle Kudla, Nathan Rain, or Samuel or Raymond? If so, please explain. Do you or a family member, etc., know Mark Cohen or the defense attorneys, Mark Cohen, Christian Everdell, David Lisner, and Sri Kunlens? Do you have any dealings with Judge Kaplan? Do you know anybody who has had past or present dealings with the FBI? I really want somebody to raise their hand and be like, Yeah, my dad was like arrested by the FBI and they shot his dog. Like, you know, um, do you or a family member or someone close to you personally know or have past or present dealings with the following people who may testify in this case? Names of witnesses to be supplied closer to trial. Okay, cool. Ability to serve. Do you have any physical, emotional, or mental condition or take any medication that would make it difficult for you to sit for long periods of time or pay attention to information or recall information, like attention deficit? Um, do you tend to focus on the big picture or on critical details? Please explain. Why the fuck is that relevant, dude? Um, do you have primary responsibility for the care of a child or someone else that would make it difficult for you to serve on a jury? Okay, reasonable, I guess. If English is not your first language, do you have any concerns? Maybe I should not be eating ghost pepper brittle. Um, do you have any issues with English? Well, eating the ghost pepper brittle isn't the problem. The inhaling the ghost pepper brittle is the problem. It is not for breathing. This trial is expected to last approximately blank weeks. Is there any reason that would cause you serious hardship? Yes, I'm a person who lives in society. I mean, if you are not like homeless, this will cause you hardship. Personal background opinions, investing in finances. Please raise your hand if you have never invested. Please raise your hand if you've never invested in any of the following: stock, securities, or bonds, IRA, 401k, CD, mutual funds, or a money market fund. Please raise your hand if you have always been successful when applying for a mortgage, loan, or credit card. What the hell does that matter? Residence. Do you own or rent your home? Who do you live with, if anyone? None of your freaking business, dude. Occupation. What is your current occupation? And if you're not currently working, your most recent occupation and employer. If you're not currently working, please explain the circumstances that led to you not working. Who is the main breadwinner in your household? Please raise your hand if you've always worked in the same career or same field. If so, please explain. I gotta say, I couldn't be on a jury because if I was on a jury at this point and they're asking me all of these questions, I would be like, please explain, go fuck yourself. Please explain, go to hell. Please, no, I'm not telling you all my business. News. What is your main source of news, if any? Free time hobbies. What do you like to do in your free time? I like to slash the tires of nosy lawyers. Don't actually say that. That would be a bad idea. Don't actually do that either. Technology. Would you say you are someone who prefers the latest technology or newest type of equipment? Would you say you are someone who prefers startup type businesses over familiar traditional ones? Regulators. Are you familiar with the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Commodities Future Trading Commission? If so, how would you describe your opinion of the SEC and the CFTC? On what is your opinion based? Prior jury service. Have you ever been a juror before this? If so, on what type of case was it? Criminal or civil? Did you reach a verdict? Were you ever a foreperson? Legal principles. Under the law, a defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent and is not required to put on any defense at all. The government is required to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt on each charge. Is there any reason you might not accept the principle that all defendants are presumed innocent, including Sam Bankman-Fried? His hair. Is there any reason you would not expect the defendant to put on a defense, or you would expect the defendant to put on a defense and hold it against him if he did not? Because they're jurors, and that's how jurors operate. That is how jurors operate. Is there any reason you would not require the government to fully meet its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt and would accept a lower standard of proof instead? Yeah, I'm just going to go with like bad vibes, dude. Like, come on. So under the law, a defendant in a criminal case has an absolute right not to testify, and a juror cannot hold it against the defendant if he chooses not to testify. Is there any reason you would hold it against the defendant if he did not testify? Jurors always do. 100% of the time. They will always hold it against you if the defendant doesn't testify. That doesn't mean that it isn't a good idea plenty of the time anyway. A juror is required by law to make his or her decision based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence presented in court, and not on the basis of conjecture, suspicion, bias, sympathy, or prejudice. Is there any reason why you might not be able to put those things completely out of mind when deciding this case if you were selected to serve on this jury? If so, please explain. The judge will explain the law for this case and what the government needs to prove. Is there any reason you would judge this case based on your own moral principles or feelings, rather than setting them aside and holding the government to proving its case beyond a reasonable doubt according to law? You may hear testimony in this case from expert witnesses. Have you had any experience with experts, and do you have any general feelings about the use of experts that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial about this case? I think most jurors would just be like, I don't know. How often do you get to the Cloud District? Oh, who am I kidding? Of course you don't. Are you a person who has less than $1 million and has to pay bills like rent or utilities? Please explain. Do you know what money is? Lol. You may hear testimony from FBI agents. Is there any reason you would give more weight or credit to their testimony than you would give to other types of witnesses? Yes, their hair does not tend to be as ridiculous. From now and until your jury service is complete, you are instructed to avoid all media coverage and not to go on the internet with regards to this case for any purpose. That is, you are forbidden from reading, watching, or listening to any news media or social media regarding this case, or any discussion of this case or of anyone participating in this case outside of the courtroom whatsoever. You also must not discuss this case with anyone. This includes your family, friends, acquaintances, neighbors, current or former spouses, domestic partner, colleagues, and coworkers. These instructions apply from now and until you are either dismissed from jury selection or chosen as a juror and the trial is complete. Do you have any reservations or concerns about your ability or willingness to completely follow this instruction? It's like, yeah, I talk too much. Is there any reason you would especially like to serve as a juror on this case? If so, please explain. By the way, answering that question will get you kicked off the jury if you answer that question as a yes. I would very much like to be a juror on this case because I believe that cryptocurrency is the future. Yeet. I would very much like to be on the juror on this case because I am concerned about frauds. Yeet. Anybody who says yes, yeet, they're gone. Is there any reason you believe the outcome of this case could affect you personally? If so, please explain. Again, you answer that yes, you're gone. Is there any thing we have not asked but you believe is important for us to know or that might make you unsuitable to serve as a juror on this case? Yes. I now personally hate you as lawyers because you made me go through this survey. You need to know that. All right, so what else do we have here? We got a response. And yeah. Now, I was going to do some still a cop, not a cop. We've been going for nearly 5 hours. I'm going to wrap it up after this because, and I will hive the still a cop, not a cop onto its own stream. I'm just running out of juice here. So, Judge Kaplan, the government respectfully submits this letter to note its objections to the defendant's proposed voir dire. The government generally requests that in addition to any voir dire preferred by the court use the voir dire proposed by the government, which includes standard, neutral, and appropriate questions. By contrast, the defendant's proposed voir dire contains numerous unnecessary and time-consuming questions, often soliciting open-ended discussion, as well as questions that are repetitive, prejudicial, and argumentative. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. And it's just a question mark after that. The government specifically objects to questions 1 through 9 in Section A of the defendant's proposed voir dire. That was the entire section, which go well beyond what is necessary to ensure that the right to a fair trial is not prejudiced by pretrial publicity. The defense requests numerous open-ended questions about what opinions potential jurors have formed about the case, the defendant, and the defendant's companies, and asks whether potential jurors can completely ignore what they've previously seen. This is unnecessarily intrusive and goes beyond the purpose of voir dire, which is to ensure that jurors can be fair and impartial irrespective of their prior experience, whether that be, for example, exposure to press about the case, a previous incident as a crime victim, or a career in cryptocurrency. As the Second Circuit has explained, jurors are qualified to serve where, although they had heard of the case through media reports, they nevertheless believed that they could reach a verdict based solely on the evidence presented to them in the courtroom. And the Second Circuit has noted that through the thorough selection procedures that go far beyond the minimum constitutional requirements, including asking potential jurors whether or not they had heard anything about the case, the source of that information, and whether they could nonetheless render a fair and impartial verdict based only on the evidence presented in court. While questioning prospective jurors individually about the specific contents of any news reports they may have seen might assist counsel in exercising peremptory challenges, the Constitution requires only that the court determine whether they have formed an opinion about the case. Asking repeated questions about the substance of opinions previously formed about the case or the defendant would unnecessarily derail jury selection and risk greatly lengthening the jury selection process. Everyone's got to give an open-ended, like, every single person's got to give like a freaking essay question. It's ridiculous, right? And questions such as whether a potential juror can completely ignore information to which they have been previously exposed invites confusion and the disqualification of potentially qualified jurors because the standard isn't completely ignore. As the Supreme Court has held, under the constitutional standard, the relevant question is not whether the community remembered the case, but whether the jurors had such fixed opinions that they could not judge or impartially the guilt or the defendant. You can have formed opinions. You can be like, I don't like this Sam Bankman-Fried guy. Could you judge him impartially? Yeah, I could. Great. On the jury. Off you go. It is sufficient if the juror can lay aside his impression or opinion and render a verdict based on the evidence presented in court. And they note the Constitution does not require ignorant jurors, only impartial ones. Can you imagine how difficult it would be if you needed to find somebody who'd completely not heard of national news? Like, how do you find somebody who hadn't heard at all of Johnny Depp, right? Would just be not possible. It is likewise inappropriate to suggest to potential jurors that press coverage or anything else has given the government an unfair advantage or to intimate that the government should be subject to a heightened burden of proof by asking, if you were a juror on this case, would you agree that Samuel Bankman-Fried would be starting off a little bit behind or that the government might have a little head start? Such a question is especially unjustifiable here, where the defendant has played an active hand in fomenting press coverage about himself and the case, both before and after his arrest. I love that one. So, yeah, you can't say, that question is just ridiculous. Ridiculous, right? The government also specifically objects to the defendant's proposed questions in Section C about effective altruism. These questions are a thinly veiled attempt to advance a defense narrative that the defendant was simply amassing wealth in order to improve the world. The government moved in limine to preclude evidence about the defendant's commission of prior good acts to disprove his guilt. Whether or not the defense can establish an admissible purpose for the defendant's purported philanthropic commitments, I doubt they can. Voir dire is not the appropriate forum to suggest to the jury that the defendant was simply a good guy who wanted to make the world a better place. And they note a negative factor in jury selection relates to attorney use of voir dire to systematically indoctrinate jurors by creating doubts about the credibility of opposition witnesses or construing the evidence or the law in a manner to favor their side of the case. Past case law has said that this is completely inappropriate. Please, where is this being held? Southern District, New York, I believe. Or somebody saying Virginia. I'll just have to scroll up. So we are on page 2. United States District Court, Southern District of New York. That's where we are. The government further objects to the defendant's proposed questions in Section D. They're objecting to just about everything about political donations and lobbying, which are irrelevant. The government has not suggested and does not intend to argue that it is improper, standing alone, to donate large amounts of money to political candidates or to do so to advance one's interest. Instead, the government seeks to admit evidence that the defendant made such donations using stolen customer funds, that he directed others to make donations on his and Alameda's behalf in order to conceal the source of the funds, and that he did so to burnish his image and improve FTX's regulatory prospects. Asking potential jurors general views on political giving would invite a sideshow that has no bearing on whether jurors can be fair and impartial in evaluating the defendant's guilt of the charged crimes. Finally, the defendant objects to the defendant's proposed questions in Section E about attention deficit disorder as irrelevant and prejudicial. The defense is foreclosed from raising a mental disease, defect, or condition defense. No notice of such a defense under federal rules of criminal procedure is provided by the court-imposed deadline. I.e., because he didn't tender such a thing by the deadline, he can't argue it. That's very common. Telling the jury that the defendant has ADHD would serve only to improperly cast the defendant at the outset of the trial in a sympathetic light. I don't know that people are super sympathetic about my attention deficit, but I guess. For this reason, as the government has moved to eliminate information about the defendant's mental health, whether about his diagnosis of ADHD or depression, has no proper place at trial, and the defense should also be precluded from mentioning it in opening statement. Oh, you don't get to argue that. And I'm going to say, I have attention deficit. It has not caused me to steal large sums of money. The government is also wary of the court suggesting to the jury that the defendant's physical behavior, body language, or eye contact are a product of ADHD, because these are credibility markers, and the jury is entitled to decide on credibility. The defendant is currently taking medication for his ADHD, which should effectively manage any symptoms. That's some bullshit too, but yeah. Moreover, the description of the potential visible symptoms of ADHD is both vague and expansive and invites the defendant to disrupt the trial under the guise of exhibiting symptoms of ADHD. I don't like this. This is of particular concern given the defendant's prior efforts to use behavioral eccentricity to his advantage. The New York Times, for example, reported in May 2022 that the defendant stated, "I think it's important for people to think I look crazy." Okay, that's a bad line. Moreover, even if such questions were otherwise proper, the defense has not adequately substantiated the defendant's diagnosis or its symptoms. Thus far, the defense has submitted only a letter from a psychiatrist in connection with the defense's request for a medical order to the MDC, who was employed by the defendant as FTX's in-house coach, and whom other witnesses have described as liberally dispensing prescriptions to FTX employees, including for Adderall. For all these reasons, the court should not adopt the proposed questions in Section E. What does the government want for things? Well, they want much more, constricted things, right? Do any of you believe you have personal knowledge of the charges contained in the indictment? Are you or have you been a customer or investor in FTX or FTX.us? Note that they just ask, have you been an investor? But they don't ask, tell us about it, right? Yeah. How did you hear about the case? I guess that one's a little open-ended. But that's only after, have you heard anything about the case? I think they want to ask some BS questions on this one. I think Samuel Bankman-Fried continues to engage in a pattern of effery, and it's pissing me off. Sabrina Massestein, I agree with this entirely. I really appreciated CoffeeZilla's coverage of the downfall of SBF. He totally caught him in an interview, and I'm curious to see if it comes in evidence. I would tender that. I would absolutely tender that interview. CoffeeZilla might get called as a witness. That would be funny. I don't think he will, but it'd be funny. Yeah. Can we respond Law and Lumber? I mean, you could potentially. I watched Law and Lumber's coverage of this. And they'd be like, you watched what the So, yeah. All right, let's cover some super chats, and then Runkle needs to go to bed. I got to be in court tomorrow, and it's going to suck. Angie Torres, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Rachel Duick, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. Ask Yeshka, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. And thank you for 1 gifted membership, which looks like it reached Lori Ellis, who was asking about the gifted membership. So that is amazing. Trufflehound says, Sammy, why don't these bars just disappear? Sammy, the witness tampering landed you here. Hillside Ballads by TH and the Rolling Stones. Nice. Do you or a family member own a private island, have a purely academic interest in eugenics? Oof. Trufflehound with the spice. Oh my God. Ask Yezhka. The Runkles community and Runkles wish you a very happy birthday to Alexis84DE. We hope you get well soon. Being sick on your birthday is not fun. L'chaim. I agree. Being sick sucks generally, and it's worse on your birthday. Lola Waterden, thanks for spending Mondays with us. It's my birthday. Happy birthday, Lola. That's great. All right, so I'm going to do a stream at some point in the near future just to talk about the some of the craziness that is going on with Still a Cop, Not a Cop. Just as a spoiler, there's a cop who is still a cop, so I guess that's the spoilers, after stealing a number of things, including stealing from a homicide scene. So we'll talk about that one on another stream because it is 5 hours in and I am very tired. So we will wrap this up here and I will see you guys another time. Thank you guys all for joining me. I really appreciate it. It is, it's fantastic to have you guys here. The Hutch says, let's do a Wednesday stream. I think Wednesday we're doing the Trials of the Century members only planning session. So we will do that. I think that's on Wednesday. So I don't know when that'll be. Maybe Thursday. So anyway, I'm going to roll the outro and see you guys next time. Thank you so much for joining me.